Chapter 1239. Young Master Yi, little Miss Ling You, how could you beat up the Thunder Clan? Do you know the consequences of this? The Thunder Clan will not let this matter rest. Seeing Lei Ming and the others leave in a sorry state, the entire Zhou clan fell silent. Zhou Shanlong's voice trembled as he spoke. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test. They were just a few small characters. So what if they were beaten up? Yi Qinfeng smiled and spoke calmly. He wasn't worried about the Thunder Clan's revenge. Young Master Yi, you just came to the Thunder Dominion, so you might not know how terrifying the Thunder Clan is. Even the three divine kingdoms of the Central World aren't willing to directly clash with the Thunder Clan. It is rumored that the Thunder Clan has two Nirvana, heavenly realm-old ancestors. Their strength reaches the heavens, and no one can defeat them. Zhou Shankuan sighed and spoke of how terrifying the Thunder Clan was. Don't worry, nothing will happen to the Zhou clan, Yi Qinfeng confidently said. Because of the conflict between Yi Qinfeng and the Thunder Clan, the Zhou clan fell into a haze. After learning of what had happened to Lei Ming and the others, the Thunder Clan was completely enraged. The Thunder Clan had stood tall in the Thunder Dominion for millions of years. No one had ever challenged their prestige, not to mention the fact that the Zhou clan was a weak power in the Thunder Dominion. This made the Thunder Clan feel a great shame and humiliation. They immediately mobilized experts to the Zhou clan to seek justice for Lei Ming and the others. Zhou Shanlong, you have bet on the wrong treasure this time. When Donghav Bo learned that the Thunder Clan's king was leading experts to the Zhou clan, he burned his blood vitality and fled back to the East River clan in a sorry state. He revealed a sinister smile. He felt that the Zhou clan was finished. There was no way for them to make a comeback. He began to mobilize people and wait for an opportunity to swallow up the Zhou clan's influence. He wanted to seize the gold lightning stone mine that made them so jealous. Not good, Patriarch. According to the information from the spies, Lei Chuanwang is leading the Thunder Clan's experts to Zhou Memory City. When the Zhou Clan spies learned of the Thunder Clan's movements, they immediately passed this information to Zhou Shanlong. What? After hearing this news, Zhou Shanlong was like a deflated balloon. He slumped into a chair, and large amounts of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Zhou Shanlong wasn't the only one who was frightened by this news. Zhou Shankuan and the others also fell into panic. They had a premonition that the Zhou clan was not far from destruction. What do we do? What do we do? The pale-faced Zhou Shanlong muttered to himself in a daze. Comparing the overall strength of the Zhou clan to the Thunder clan, the difference was like heaven and earth. If the Thunder clan wanted to exterminate the Zhou clan would not be able to escape. Patriarch, perhaps we still have a chance of survival. One of the Zhou clan's elders bit his lips and said, What is life? Zhou Shanlong and the others all turned to look at the Zhou clan elder. If we hand over the culprit Yi Qinfeng and then hand over the golden lightning stone mine, we might still have a chance of survival. The Zhou clan's elder took a deep breath and said, That's right. It wasn't my Zhou clan that provoked the Thunder clan. It was Yi Qinfeng and that spiritual fish. As long as we draw a clear line between us and them, we can definitely obtain the Thunder clan's forgiveness. Many of the Zhou clan's experts agreed. This is hearing the elder's words. Zhou Shanlong fell into deep thought. Although this was the only way for the Zhou clan to escape this calamity, he did not want to do so. After all, Yi Qinfeng was the Zhou clan's benefactor. The reason why Yi Qinfeng clashed with the Thunder clan was because he stood up for the Zhou clan. What's more, in his subconscious, he felt that Yi Qinfeng still had a trump card that could turn the tide. However, the possibility of this was very small. No, I don't agree. Zhou Tianyi stood up from his chair and retorted loudly. Big brother, Yi is the Zhou clan's benefactor. We cannot do such an ungrateful thing. I admit that Yi Qinfeng is the benefactor of our Zhou clan, But now, because of his recklessness and ignorance, he pushed our Zhou clan into the abyss. He is bent on seeking death. Does he want to drag our Zhou clan down with him? That's right. I agree with the fourth elder. This is the only chance for our Zhou clan to survive. The Zhou clan's elders all agreed. All the elders listened to Shue's words. At this time the silent Shui bit her lips and said, Young Master Yi was invited by our Zhou clan's ancestor to help our Zhou clan get through this difficult time. I think he must have some outstanding points. Moreover, our Zhou clan's ancestor also gave him our Zhou clan's most valuable treasure, the 9-flood dragon diagram. What's more, according to the Thunder Clan, young Master Yi is suspected to have subdued a sacred beast. I think he dared to provoke the Thunder Clan. He must have something to rely on. That's right. Didn't Big Brother Yi say that he knows people from the Thunder Clan? I think he dared to teach Protector Lei and the others a lesson in public. He must know people who are more terrifying than Protector Lei. Young Master, you said that he knows the Black Lightning King, but I asked around and it seems that there is no such person in the Thunder Clan. Zhou Shanlong sighed softly and said worriedly, but I agree with Shui. Tianyi, we can't be ungrateful. I have decided to fight side by side with young Master Yi. Patriarch, are you really going to watch the Zhou clan jump into the fire? The fourth elder and the others suddenly became anxious and said loudly, I have made up my mind on this matter. You don't need to persuade me, but I will not force you to fight side by side with us. Who wants to leave the Zhou clan? Now there is still time. Zhou Shanlong took a deep breath and said with the last of his strength. The reason why he made this decision was because Zhou Shui's words moved him. He believed in the vision of the Zhou clan's ancestor and decided to take a risk. Patriarch, please forgive us. We really can't watch our family die in the hands of the Thunder Clan. The fourth elder and the other 2 elders communicated with each other through voice transmission. Then they slowly stood up and bowed deeply to Zhou Shanlong and the others. Immediately, they left the hall with their clansmen and quickly left the Zhou clan mansion, which was now shrouded in a haze. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? The pale-faced Zhou Shanlong powerlessly sat on the armchair and said slowly, Patriarch, we are willing to live and die with the Zhou clan. Zhou Shankuin and the others took a deep breath and stood up to express their position. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. With that, Zhou Shanlong slowly stood up and walked out of the hall with Zhou Shankuin and the others, waiting in the front yard for the arrival of the Thunder Clan's experts. Zhou clan, you really didn't let me down. Yi Qinfeng's soul was very powerful. When Zhou Shanlong and the others were talking in the hall, Yi Qinfeng heard all their conversations. As for the threat of the Thunder Clan, he didn't take it to heart. Just now, he had contacted the Black Lightning King and told him what happened. Learning that the Thunder Clan's people wanted to deal with Yi Qinfeng, the Black Lightning King was furious and immediately assured him that he would deal with this matter properly. With the Black Lightning King's assurance, Yi Qinfeng was relieved. He quietly adjusted his breathing and cultivated in the room, waiting for the Thunder Clan's experts to come. Mobile reading site. Book address. In order to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Save button below to record your reading record. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1240. Whoosh, whoosh, whooshay series of ear-piercing sounds pierced through the air above the silent Zhou clan manor. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement test immediately after. An aura that was beyond what Zhou Shanlong and the others could withstand appeared. It was like a towering mountain pressing down on them. This aura was so strong that Zhou Shanlong and the others' legs trembled and they could barely stand. Zhou, Tianyi, Zhou Shui, and the other juniors were pressed down by this terrifying aura and sat on the ground, their faces pale. Just as Zhou Shanlong and the rest were about to be crushed to the ground by this increasingly powerful and terrifying aura, a white finger that was several feet long suddenly appeared in the west courtyard of the Zhou residence. The finger pierced through the air and directly broke the terrifying aura that enveloped the Zhou residence. Zhou Shanlong, I was wondering why your Zhou family dared to go against my Thunder Clan. It turns out that you invited a master. But today, even if the God of Heaven is here, he can't save your Zhou family. A middle-aged man in a dark blue robe, with chiseled facial features and a burly body that flashed with arcs of lightning, appeared outside the Zhou family mansion with a group of experts from the Thunder Clan and scolded in a superior tone. This man in blue was the #1 person in the Azure Thunder County, the Thunder Clan's county king, Lei Chuanwang. His cultivation had reached the peak of nirvana. Lei Chuanwang, listen to me. Things are not as you think. Zhou Shanlong braced himself and stood up to explain. There is nothing to explain. Today, I will let you know the consequences of provoking my Thunder Clan. Lei Chuanwang's eyes flashed with lightning as he said with killing intent. Lei Chuanwang, my Zhou family is willing to offer a newly excavated golden thunderstone mine. I beg the county king to let my Zhou family live. Feeling the terrifying aura from Lei Chuanwang, Zhou Shanlong's heart trembled. He lowered his head and explained in fear. Humph! Lei Ming's face was gloomy and his eyes flashed with a sinister light. He said, You think a golden thunderstone mine can make up for your crime of provoking my Thunder Clan and injuring my masters? Today, my Thunder Clan will take you down and let the major forces of the Thunder Territory know the consequences of provoking my Thunder Clan. Lei Ming, I didn't expect you to still dare to come. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng and the spiritual fish appeared. When Lei Ming saw Yi Qinfeng and Lei Chuanwang, his pupils shrank and his aura weakened. However, when he thought of Lei Chuanwang's strength, he regained his confidence. He glared at Yi Qinfeng and Lei Chuanwang, who had humiliated him, and said, Brat, I don't care who you are. You must die today. Lei Ming, I originally wanted to spare your life, but you didn't cherish this opportunity. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and took a step forward. In the next moment, his body suddenly blurred, and he charged at Lei Ming at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Lei Ming's pupils constricted as he smelled the thick threat of death. Courting Death Lightning Piercing King didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so arrogant, daring to kill a protector of the Thunder Clan right in front of him. He was enraged. Boundless lightning flashed around him like serpents and shot towards Yi Qinfeng, wanting to kill him. Bronze Sword Spirit extinguished in the face of Lightning Piercing King's lightning attack. Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge and directly rushed in. Relying on his absolute strength, he tore apart the wild lightning attack and pointed at Lei Ming. The bronze sword spirit shot out like an unstoppable divine light, penetrating Lightning Piercing King's attack and piercing through the head of the petrified Lei Ming. Bang Lei Ming's head splashed with blood. Even until death, he still couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng dared to kill him. You have big dog guts. Seeing Lei Ming's head being pierced by Yi Qinfeng, Lightning Piercing King's anger exploded. He completely broke out the peak of Nirvana's strength and summoned a spear that was flowing with a large amount of lightning. It was a top-grade Dao tool rank spear and was about to kill Yi Qinfeng to avenge the death of Lei Ming. Brother Qinfeng, let me deal with him and test my true strength. Ling Yu stepped on the 8 divine ape shadows and appeared beside Yi Qinfeng. Her beautiful big eyes were burning with a strong battle intent as she volunteered. Good. Yi Qinfeng also wanted to know Ling Yu's true strength. His body flashed, dodging Lightning Piercing King's lightning-like fists and retreating to the side of Zhou Shanlong and the others. Old man, eat your Grand Aunt Ling Yu's staff. Ling Yu roared and summoned the top-grade Dao, Tool Heaven Perishing Dao staff. It erupted with a terrifying power and smashed towards Lightning Piercing King, colliding with his lightning spear. A series of deafening explosions rang out. The 2 Dao treasures collided, erupting with earth-shattering power, causing ripples to appear in the air. Dang facing lightning-piercing king's spear attack head-on. Lingyu was forced to retreat step by step. Every step she took shattered the ground, showing how terrifying lightning-piercing king's spear was. How is this possible? How can this little girl be so powerful? Feeling a trace of numbness from his arm, lightning-piercing king's heart was in turmoil. He didn't dare to believe that this young Lingyu was so terrifying. But Lingyu's next words completely ignited the flames of anger in his heart. "Old man, you're not bad. You're worthy of me using my full strength. True God bloodline burn." As she spoke, the spirit fish burned the second bloodline that she had mastered. An unimaginable bloodline power erupted from her petite body. And this bloodline power was so strong that everyone present felt a strong sense of suffocation. There were even many people with weaker strength who felt a sense of worship. What kind of bloodline is this? Lightning-piercing king's eyes widened. He watched as Lingyu's petite body grew taller and fuller. Her long black hair rapidly grew longer, covering her perky, but he was even more shocked. Although he didn't know what bloodline Lingyu had, he was certain that Lingyu's bloodline rank far surpassed his. Kacha! After burning her true god bloodline and reaching the limit of her strength, Lingyu erupted with 200 million pounds of strength. She held the Heavenfall Dao staff and smashed it at lightning-piercing king. The staff smashed down, causing the air to riot. This staff strike was like a towering mountain crashing down. It made people feel suffocated and despair. Thunder spear-facing Lingyu's staff, lightning-piercing king, didn't dare to be careless. The thunder Dao diagram appeared on his body. He stabbed out with his spear. Tens of thousands of feet of thunder gathered at the tip of his spear, meeting Lingyu's attack head-on. Boom! Thunder erupted and space became chaotic. A destructive storm swept through the entire space. The two great Dao treasures collided for the second time, causing an enormous explosion. The entire Zhou family mansion violently trembled under this attack. Relying on her powerful physical defense, Lingyu held the Heavenfall Dao staff and directly charged into the destructive storm. She fiercely fought with Lightning-piercing King. Although Lightning-piercing King's strength was terrifying, reaching the limit of nirvana, and he had many divine abilities in his hands, his true god bloodline was even more heaven-defying. In addition to his terrifying bloodline inheritance, Lingyu didn't fall into a disadvantage. How could Lingyu be so strong? Seeing Lingyu and Lightning-piercing King fight, from the sky to the ground and from the ground to the sky, Zhou Shanlong and the others were deeply shocked by Lingyu's strength. But while they were shocked, Zhou Shanlong and the others were even more worried. If Lightning-piercing King suffered a great loss and was injured by Lingyu, then that would really pierce the heavens. Cloud Tier Society will update a lot. Subscriber number YLTY83. Everyone, please add more subscribers. Subscribe number, mobile reading site, book address. In order to make it easier for you to read next time, you can click Save at the bottom to record this reading record. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1241. God lamenting fist after exchanging thousands of blows with Lightning-piercing King. She relied on her absolute strength to block Lightning-piercing King's ultimate move and punched him in the chest. A fist blasted out, causing space to tremble. The terrifying God-shocking fist was like the apocalypse, ruthlessly slamming into Lightning-piercing King's body, causing him to retreat step by step. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Thunder-piercing King was injured. Seeing Thunder-piercing King bleeding from the corner of his mouth, everyone was stunned. The way they looked at the spirit fish changed greatly. Good. This king has forgotten how many years it has been since he was injured. Thunder-piercing King wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at the spirit fish. Today, I will let you see this king's real trump card." With that, Thunder-Piercing King burned his powerful bloodline power, and a terrifying soul power awakened in his body. With the help of his powerful bloodline power and this awakened soul power, Thunder-Piercing King's strength instantly surpassed Nirvana's and temporarily possessed Nirvana's strength. With the sudden increase in strength, Thunder-Piercing King's attack power suddenly became extremely terrifying. With an overwhelming advantage, he suppressed the spirit fish's attack and forced her to retreat. How will this end? Seeing the spirit fish forcing out Thunder-Piercing King's trump card and fighting to the death, Zhou Shanlong and the others suddenly panicked. They were at a loss as they all looked at Yi Qinfeng. "Zhou family head, don't panic. I promise your Zhou family will be fine." Yi Qinfeng smiled slightly, looking at the panicked Zhou Shanlong and the others. What was he relying on? Looking at Yi Qinfeng's calm face, the uneasiness in Zhou Shue's heart suddenly disappeared. She blinked her big eyes, constantly thinking in her heart, what method will Yi Qinfeng use to solve the Zhou family's crisis? Thunder 3 strikes relying on absolute power to suppress the spirit fish's attack. Thunder-Piercing King suddenly used his killing move. In an instant, he launched one killing move after another at the spirit fish. The rapidly rotating thunder Dao diagram turned into boundless water that rushed toward the spirit fish, wanting to kill her. Star sinking sky extinguishing facing lightning piercing King's killing move. The spirit fish didn't dodge. Instead, it used its inherited divine ability to face the attack. She displayed her true god bloodline and surging power to the extreme, blasting out a strike that was enough to knock down a star, colliding with the endlessly flowing 3 strikes of thunder. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded in the sky above the Zhou residence. The terrifying sound was like the fury of the thunder god, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. After the loud boom, a volcanic eruption of power erupted in the air, ferociously bombarding the bodies of the spirit fish and the lightning-piercing king, destroying their defenses and weakening their strength. Although the spiritual fish was strong enough to fight against Nirvana's pinnacle powerhouses, she was still no match for the lightning-piercing king who had used his trump card and reached Nirvana. She was injured by the terrifying destructive force. Go to hell, taking advantage of the moment when the spirit fish was injured and lost control of its body. An ancient Dao treasure level longbow appeared in Thunder-Piercing King's hand. He controlled his surging soul force and Dao intent to fuse into the ancient Dao treasure longbow. Then he drew the bow and shot an arrow at the spirit fish. Bronze sword soul, break. At the crucial moment, Yi Qinfeng controlled the bronze sword soul to fly out of the sea of soul. Like a cold star, it collided with the arrow shot by the lightning-piercing king, breaking his fatal attack and saving the spirit fish. Spirit fish, are you okay? Yi Qinfeng looked at the pale face of the spirit fish and quickly stuffed a Dao pill into her mouth and asked with concern, I'm fine, Brother Qingfeng, I can still fight. The spirit fish shook her head and said, unwilling to admit defeat. Spirit fish, leave him to me. I'll take revenge for you. Yi Qinfeng didn't want the spirit fish to take any more risks and slowly said, Fine, Brother Qingfeng, teach him a lesson for me. The spirit fish nodded and said angrily, Don't worry, I'll make him pay the price in blood. Just now, Thunder-Piercing King wanted to kill the spirit fish and completely touched Yi Qinfeng's reverse scale, causing him to have killing intent towards Thunder-Piercing King. With that, Yi Qinfeng took out his top-grade Dao artifact, Ice Dragon Sword, which transformed into an extremely fast sword light, thrusting towards Thunder-Piercing King. So Yi Qinfeng attacked quickly. Thunder-Piercing King immediately pulled the Gu Dao treasure longbow, wanting to shoot Yi Qinfeng to death. Jewel flame, profound armor arrows of light that sealed the void flew over. Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge and summoned the quasi-sacred grade jewel flame profound armor to protect his entire body, blocking the arrows of light. When the dozens of light arrows hit the glazed flame profound armor, They were immediately shattered by the rebounding force of the glazed flame profound armor and dissipated in midair. What? This is a quasi-sacred grade battle armor. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's jewel flame profound armor, Thunder-Piercing King's eyes widened, revealing a look of horror. He knew the value of a quasi-sacred grade battle armor. Even in the Thunder Clan, quasi-sacred grade battle armor was the most precious treasure. Only their patriarch or a few remaining great elders were qualified to wear it. This made him speculate about Yi Qinfeng's identity. Dizziness technique. Just as he was distracted, Yi Qinfeng's soul power erupted, forming a terrifying dizziness force that blasted into his soul sea, causing his soul to tremble and his reaction to slow down a little. Tyrannical Kick Yi Qinfeng took a step and appeared above Thunder-Piercing King's head. With a stomp, 100 million gene force erupted, forming a terrifying giant footprint that suppressed heaven and earth, ruthlessly stomping towards Thunder-Piercing King's head. Sensing the danger, Thunder-Piercing King quickly defended, relying on his absolute strength to resist Yi Qinfeng's tyrannical kick. Boom! Lightning-Piercing King's body trembled as he was stomped to the ground by the force of 100 million gene, creating a large crater. Although Thunder-Piercing King relied on his absolute strength to neutralize the majority of the tyrannical kick, the terrifying aftershock still injured him, and his self-esteem took a great blow. 3 thunder strikes with a face covered in dust and blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. Thunder-Piercing King shattered the ground. He launched a fatal attack with the Thunder Dao Spear, wanting to kill Yi Qinfeng and use his blood to wash away his humiliation. Cosmos Sword Formation Thunder-Piercing King mobilized the boundless power of thunder to attack, but Yi Qinfeng used a single thought to form a formation to meet this attack. 81 Supreme Grade Wei swords flew out of his body, condensing into a terrifying Qianquan sword diagram. It blocked in front of Yi Qinfeng, clashing fiercely with the 3 thunderous strikes. 81 top-grade Dao swords. Just who is this fellow? Sensing the grade of the 81 swords, Thunder-Piercing King's heart surged with waves. Although he was the Thunder Clan Duke, he only had 1 Gudao treasure and 1 top-grade Dao tool. But Yi Qinfeng, who was a 5th rank Beast Emperor, not only had a quasi-sacred battle armor, he also had 81 top-grade Dao swords. This made him suspect whether Yi Qinfeng was a divine nation prince or not. Cosmos Sword Formation Unification. Cosmos Strike, borrowing the Cosmos Sword Formation to resist the 3 thunder strikes. Yi Qinfeng and Thunder-Piercing King fought fiercely in the air. When the mysterious soul power in Yi Qinfeng's body began to dissipate and his strength began to decline, Yi Qinfeng controlled the 81 swords to fuse together, turning them into a huge sword and slashed at Thunder-Piercing King. Thunder-Piercing King's consecutive killer moves were destroyed by the Cosmos Strike. The huge sword was full of destructive power, enough to cut through mountains and rivers, and ruthlessly slashed at the Thunder Dao Spear above Thunder-Piercing King's head. This sword cut through the top-grade Dao tool, rank Thunder Dao Spear, and sent Thunder-Piercing King to the ground, seriously injured. Mobile reading site. Book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button below to record this reading record. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1242. Stop. When Yi Qinfeng heavily injured Lei Chuanwang, a heaven-shaking voice came from afar. It resounded above the Zhou family mansion and didn't dissipate for a long time. In the next moment, an extremely fast spirit boat pierced through the 9 heavens and appeared above the Zhou family mansion. Punishment elder looking at the old man who flew out of the spirit boat, wearing a purple gold robe embroidered with qilin patterns, with snow-white eyebrows and a dark complexion, exuding an imposing aura. The seriously injured Lei Chuanwang revealed a look of ecstasy and shouted, ignoring his injuries. The Thunder Clan had 2 punishment elders. Their status in the Thunder Clan was extremely high. The strength of these two punishment elders had reached nirvana, and they had mastered many of the Thunder Clan's terrifying Dao skills. Although Lei Chuanwang didn't know why these lofty punishment elders would come to Zhou Memory City, their appearance was enough to sentence Yi Qinfeng to death. Punishment Elder of Thunder Clan, after learning that the person flying out of the spirit boat was actually the Punishment Elder of the Thunder Clan, Zhou Shanlong and the others' hearts fell into a bottomless abyss. Even Zhou Tianyi and Zhou Shui, who blindly worshipped Yi Qinfeng, revealed looks of despair. Purple Beginnings, Sacred Thunder. Just as everyone was shocked by the Punishment Elder, Yi Qinfeng stepped out with sword steps and suddenly appeared in front of the heavily injured Lei Chuanwang. A terrifying Purple Beginnings, Sacred Thunder gushed out, carrying with it the power to destroy everything. Rumble. A series of deafening explosions rang out. Lei Chuanwang's defenses were directly broken by the Purple Beginnings, Sacred Thunder. A large amount of blood sprayed out from his mouth. I told you to stop. The Punishment Elder didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so daring. He dared to heavily injure Lei Chuanwang in front of him. He was instantly enraged. Endless lightning surged out of his body, turning into a terrifying lightning hand. It annihilated the void and grabbed at Yi Qinfeng. Bronze Sword Soul, extinguish for me. Lei Chuanwang had just wanted to kill the spirit fish, completely touching Yi Qinfeng's reverse scale. So when the Punishment Elder appeared, Yi Qinfeng wasn't prepared to let him go. Aha! Sword light flashed before Lei Chuanwang's eyes. The bronze sword spirit directly cut off Lei Chuanwang's legs. A large amount of blood spurted out like a fountain from his severed limbs. The immense pain almost made Lei Chuanwang faint. Crazy! This Yi Qinfeng is too bold. In front of the Punishment Elder, he even dared to cut off Lei Chuanwang's legs. He's dead. Witnessing the scene of Yi Qinfeng cutting off Lei Chuanwang's legs shocked everyone present. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Penal Elder's body flashed and appeared in front of Lei Chuanwang, whose legs had been cut off and was bleeding nonstop. He released his Dao power to seal the wounds on his legs and fed him a medicinal pill. He glared at Yi Qinfeng and roared angrily, "You have big guts, in front of I. You dare to hurt my Lei Clan Junwang." The fact that I didn't kill him is already giving face to the Thunder Clan. If he wasn't from the Thunder Clan, he would have turned into a corpse by now. Yi Qinfeng ignored Penal Elder's angry eyes and responded in a domineering manner. Arrogant, what an arrogant brat. Penal Elder, kill him and avenge Lei Chuanwang. Yi Qinfeng's words were like a bomb, igniting the anger in the hearts of the Thunder Clan experts. They glared at Yi Qinfeng, wishing they could swallow him alive. Don't think that you can be fearless just because someone is backing you up. Lei Chuanwang is my Thunder Clan's Junwang. You cut off his legs. You must give my Thunder Clan an explanation. Penal Elder didn't know the relationship between Yi Qinfeng and Black Lightning King, let alone his origin. He only received an order to solve the Zhou clan's problem, but he didn't expect that Yi Qinfeng would be so arrogant. In front of him, he cut off Lei Chuanwang's legs and even killed Law Protector Lei Ming. This completely enraged him. I don't know what kind of explanation you want. Yi Qinfeng ignored the terrifying aura emitted by Penal Elder and lightly said, although Penal Elder was very strong, far stronger than Yi Qinfeng, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat Yi Qinfeng. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng wasn't afraid of making a big fuss. With his kindness to Black Lightning King, he believed that even if he killed Lei Chuanwang, the Thunder Clan wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Since you cut off Lei Chuanwang's legs, I will also cut off your legs. Penal Elder coldly said. An unimaginable aura emitted from his aged body, forming a sharp wind blade that slashed towards Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. The energy in his 5 acupoints erupted, forming a force of 100 million Jin that spread throughout his body, colliding head-on with Penal Elder's wind blade. Boom! The wind blade collided with Yi Qinfeng's energy, forming a powerful shockwave that swept out in all directions. Your strength isn't bad, but in the thunder territory, even a true dragon would have to coil around me. A terrifying ancient beast appeared behind Penal Elder. When he fused with the ancient beast phantom, tens of thousands of arcs of lightning gushed out from his body. It was as if the thunder god had descended to the mortal world. Is that so? Then let me experience the strength of the Thunder Clan's top experts. Yi Qinfeng did not back down when facing the disciplinary elder, whose strength had skyrocketed. With a thought, he ignited his demonic god bloodline. His entire body continued to grow taller, and his skin turned crimson red as if it was cast from steel. His physical strength had also surpassed that of ordinary saint beasts, reaching 200 million gene of strength. I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. However, no matter how powerful you are, it will be difficult to change your fate today. As he spoke, a top-grade Dao artifact appeared in Penal Elder's hand. It was 6 feet long and covered with ancient runes. This sword was called Penal Sword. It could cut down the Thunder Clan's king and protector. Even ordinary elders would fear the sword. Today, your legs will be mine. I will take them. As he spoke, Penal Elder slashed out with his sword. The sword swept out, and a terrifying sword intent enveloped Yi Qinfeng, causing him to reveal a dignified expression. When the Zhou clan felt the Penal Elder's sword, they revealed a look of despair. They didn't doubt that the power of this sword was enough to control their life and death. Cosmos, sword formation. Facing Nirvana's Penal Elder, Yi Qinfeng didn't dare to be careless. With a thought, 81 Cosmos swords flew out from his body and condensed into the Cosmos sword diagram to block the Penal Elder's sword. Boom! The Cosmos sword diagram trembled violently. Cracks spread across the surface of the Cosmos sword diagram. After receiving the Penal Elder's sword attack, the indestructible Cosmos sword diagram actually cracked. This caused Yi Qinfeng to be shocked by the Penal Elder's attack power. Cosmos sword formation, kill. After forcefully blocking the Penal Elder's attack, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the Cosmos swords to fly out. They turned into a dense rain of swords and attacked the Penal Elder. Silver Feather Thunder Scripture. When the 81 Cosmos swords approached, the Penal Elder immediately used the Thunder Clan's inherited Dao skill. Large amounts of lightning spurted out of his body and turned into feather-like bolts of lightning. They bombarded the Cosmos swords fiercely in midair. The Cosmos sword formation was a saint-level superpower, and the 81 Cosmos swords were all supreme-grade Dao weapons. They were extremely powerful. Even Nirvana's powerhouses would find it difficult to escape if they were trapped. However, the Penal Elder was in charge of the Thunder Clan's laws. He was extremely powerful, and the Silver Feather Thunder Scripture was a supreme-grade Dao skill that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Every attack of the Lightning Feather was more powerful than a supreme-grade Dao weapon's strongest attack. When it clashed with the Cosmos sword formation, Yi Qinfeng was greatly pressured and threatened. Gradually, Yi Qinfeng's attacks were restrained by the Penal Elder. He was forced to retreat. Mobile reading site, book address. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record your reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1243. Break. As the Elder of Punishments roared, the Silver Feather Thunder Scriptures merged with each other, forming a boundless sea of thunder. It directly annihilated the Qinkuan sword formation and swallowed Yi Qinfeng. Brother Yi, seeing that Yi Qinfeng was in danger, Zhou Tianyi immediately shouted nervously. Zhou Shui was so scared that she closed her eyes, not daring to continue watching. Serves you right for offending the Thunder Tribe. This is what you get for offending the Thunder Tribe. The Thunder Tribe expert revealed a cold smile, waiting for the scene of Yi Qinfeng being beheaded. Fallen Soul, bell at the critical moment. Yi Qinfeng summoned the Fallen Soul bell given to him by the Black Lightning King. It enveloped his body and resisted the attack of the silver feather thunder scriptures. Buzz! Buzz! The Fallen Soul bell was swallowed by the boundless sea of thunder and immediately let out a terrifying bell sound, shaking the surroundings. It kept shattering the sea of thunder and withstanding the attack. The Fallen Soul bell, the quasi-sage treasure of the Thunder Tribe, how could it be in your hands? Looking at the Fallen Soul bell covered with ancient patterns and emitting a terrifying bell sound that enveloped Yi Qinfeng, the Elder of Punishments immediately recognized its origin. His eyes widened, and a deep shock appeared on his black face. Qiankuan's sword, Qiankuan's strike. Yi Qinfeng did not pay attention to the Elder of Punishments. The moment the Fallen Soul bell blocked the silver feather thunder scriptures, Yi Qinfeng controlled the 81 Qiankuan swords to merge together. He integrated the bronze sword spirit into it and slashed toward the Elder of Punishments, like cutting through the wind and breaking the waves. As the sword slashed out, it seemed as if it could cut the sky and the earth in half. In the eyes of countless people, a beam of golden light that reached the sky and the earth was reflected. It broke through the silver lightning bolts and slashed at the Elder of Punishments brutally, forcing him to dodge to the side. One-line sword cut Yi Qinfeng's body flashed and turned into an extreme sword light. One sword shocked the sky. One sword shocked the immortals. This sword was unbelievably fast, so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. This sword seemed to have pierced through the 6 paths, dimming the sun and the moon. Qi, dazzling flames, sputtered on the Elder of Punishment's battle suit. The terrifying sword power passed through the battle suit and into the Elder of Punishment's body, injuring his flesh. Streams of blood seeped through the cracks of the battle suit. What? The penal patriarch is hurt? How is this possible? That brat was only a level 5 beast emperor. How could he injure the punishment elder? How did he do it? After witnessing the scene of Yi Qinfeng injuring the punishment elder with a single strike, the Thunder Clan's experts were deeply shaken. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. I really didn't expect that you would be able to injure me with your strength. It seems that you are worthy of my full strength attack. A trace of anger appeared on the disciplinary elder's dark face. 2 Tao diagrams appeared on his body, releasing terrifying Tao will and increasing his strength. Under the amplification of the 2 great Tao diagrams, the disciplinary elder's power increased further, and the lightning on the surface of his body became stronger, causing the space around him to tremble. The results may disappoint you. The Tao diagram of life and death, the Tao diagram of heaven and earth, the Tao diagram of 5 elements, and the Tao diagram of sword appeared around him. They were like 4 blazing suns hanging above Yi Qinfeng's head. 4 great Tao diagrams. He had actually condensed 4 great Tao diagrams. Witnessing the scene of Yi Qinfeng condensing 4 great Tao diagrams, the crowd was so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Gasps could be heard everywhere. You are really good. With your age and strength, you have actually condensed 4 great Tao diagrams. However, this still can't change your fate. The disciplinary elder's turbid eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that Yi Qinfeng's comprehension of Tao would surpass his. It was far beyond his expectations. Bloodline ignition, the disciplinary elder completely stopped underestimating his opponent. He ignited the terrifying power of his bloodline to increase his strength further. At this moment, the disciplinary elder gave off the feeling that he was a lightning mountain that contained enough power to destroy the heavens and earth. He controlled the life and death of all living things. Dragon bloodline, heavenly sovereign bloodline, ignition. Yi Qinfeng didn't hold back in the face of the disciplinary elder's sudden increase in strength. He quickly ignited the power of his 2 bloodlines and summoned the demonic blood diagram, fusing with it to increase his strength to the limit. Demonic Qi, you are from the octave divine nation. Sensing the terrifying demonic Qi released by the fusion of Yi Qinfeng and the demonic blood diagram, the disciplinary elder misunderstood Yi Qinfeng's identity. The cold light in his eyes became even more intense. He wanted to kill Yi Qinfeng. Rumble. Following the deafening roar of thunder, the disciplinary elder attacked Yi Qinfeng with the power of heavenly lightning. Silver feather lightning scripture with the increase in strength. The disciplinary elder's silver feather lightning scripture became even more terrifying. Bolts of silver lightning enveloped an area of 1 mile. Under the disciplinary elder's all-out attack, the entire Zhou clan violently trembled. 9 flood dragon diagram break. Boundless silver lightning swept over from all directions. Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the 9 flood dragon diagram. He controlled the 4 great Dao diagrams to release large amounts of Dao runes, fusing them into the 9 flood dragon diagram. The 9 flood dragon diagram condensed 9 flood dragon spirits that sealed the void and tore apart the silver feather lightning scripture's attack. Ancient underworld song as Yi Qinfeng controlled the 4 great Dao diagrams to release Dao intent for the 9 flood dragon diagram. The God-Eater brain rapidly deduced and turned into a terrifying sound of the great Dao. It played the ancient underworld song and attacked the disciplinary elder's soul, delaying his attack. Fiery eye royal lightning after being attacked by the ancient underworld song. The disciplinary elder felt intense pain in his soul sea. With a thought, a fiery red vertical eye appeared on his forehead. When this vertical eye opened, bolts of dark golden royal lightning blasted out and tore apart the ancient underworld song. They were like roaring thunder dragons that wanted to destroy Yi Qinfeng. Wrath of divine punishment, break for me. Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the sacred thunder of purple beginnings, the sky-incinerating sacred fire, and the dual polarity ancient heavenly water to fuse together, turning into a terrifying God's punishment. It was like an endless river of God's punishment, piercing through the void and meeting the Emperor's thunder. Rumble. The 2 great Dao arts clashed and exploded with destructive power. A large area of space was distorted, causing it to fall into chaos. Although the Zhou clan had already activated their protective formation, the destructive power of Yi Qinfeng and the disciplinary elder's clash was too terrifying. The Zhou clan's protective formation couldn't withstand it at all and began to crack. True Dragon Transformation Yi Qinfeng used the glazed flame profound armor and his body, which was comparable to a quasi-saint artifact, to block the destructive power that swept towards him. He used the Dragon Clan's side branch divine ability, and under the shocked gaze of the punishment elder, he turned into a blood-red true dragon that was dozens of feet long. He released a terrifying dragon might. He twisted his huge body, tore apart the destructive space, and attacked the punishment elder. Rumble. The 2 Dao diagrams behind the disciplinary elder turned into endless streams of water that fused into his palms. In an instant, he formed a series of terrifying hand seals that continuously shook the true dragon transformation. He used absolute power to stop Yi Qinfeng's ultimate move. Grandfather, do you think Big Brother Yi can win? Zhou Tianyi clenched his fists, worried about Yi Qinfeng's safety. He looked at the pale-faced Zhou Shanlong and nervously asked, I don't know who will win, but I know my Zhou clan is finished. Zhou Shanlong bitterly smiled and said in despair, the Zhou clan couldn't even afford to offend piercing Lightning King, much less the disciplinary elder of the Thunder Clan. Whether they won or lost, the Zhou clan would suffer the wrath of the Thunder Clan and be destroyed by them. Junior, you're really not bad. If you can survive this move of mine, I'll spare your life today. After blocking the true dragon transformation, the disciplinary elder's arms were bleeding profusely. He roared and was about to use his most powerful killing move to deal a fatal blow to Yi Qinfeng and take his life. Suddenly, the thick layers of clouds trembled, and a huge hand appeared in the chaotic void, covering a radius of several li. It was like a majestic mountain, pressing down and reaching for Yi Qinfeng and Yi Chen in the chaotic void. Mobile reading site. Book address. In order to make it easier for you to read next time, you can click on the Save button below to record this reading. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1244. Boom! The giant hand reached down, and the chaotic space suddenly fell into silence. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. In the next moment, the giant hand disappeared, and the increasingly fierce storm also disappeared. What had happened? Where was the punishment elder? Why had he disappeared? When the smoke dissipated, everyone was dumbfounded as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue. They saw the Thunder Clan's punishment elder and the sky-covering hand mysteriously disappear. Only the proud and unyielding Yi Qinfeng remained in the space, filled with cracks. What a terrifying hand! Was this the true strength of a Nirvana Heavenly Realm expert? When Yi Qinfeng recalled the scene of the sky-covering hand grabbing the punishment elder, like grabbing a child, he felt extremely shocked. With his strength and trump cards, although he could fight a fierce battle with an ordinary Nirvana expert, in front of a Nirvana Heavenly Realm expert, he couldn't withstand a single blow. Lei Chuanwang, this time I will give your Thunder Clan face and spare your life. But in the future, if you dare to provoke me again, no one can save your life. Yi Qinfeng looked down at Lei Chuanwang, whose eyes were wide open and his heart was trembling, and proudly warned, "Let's go." Although Lei Chuanwang was seriously injured, he was still a Nirvana expert. Through the storm of destruction, he saw the scene of the giant hand grabbing the punishment elder. In the entire Thunder Clan, there were no more than 3 people who could summon a gigantic hand that could cover the sky and capture the punishment elder. In addition, Yi Qinfeng's insufferably arrogant attitude caused him to fear Yi Qinfeng's identity. He didn't dare to stay for long, nor did he dare to take revenge. Carrying his broken leg, he leaped onto the spirit ship that was hovering in midair. The seriously injured Lei Chuanwang was afraid of Yi Qinfeng leaving, so the remaining Thunder Clan experts didn't dare to stay for long. They all jumped onto the spirit boat and left in a sorry state. Big brother, what just happened? Where did the punishment elder go? Who condensed that giant hand? Seeing the Thunder Clan experts leave in a sorry state, Zhou Tianyi came to Yi Qinfeng's side and asked in awe. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently as the disciplinary elder was taken away, "What kind of person had such a divine ability?" Even the punishment elder dared to grab Zhou Tianyi's throat and ask in shock, "Zhou family head, I am truly sorry for destroying your Zhou family to this extent. However, from today onwards, the Thunder Clan should not make things difficult for your Zhou family." Yi Qinfeng did not answer Zhou Tianyi. Instead, he looked at Zhou Shanlong and said slowly, "My Zhou clan will never forget young master Ye's kindness." Zhou Shanlong bowed deeply towards Yi Qinfeng and said gratefully, "This is what I promised your ancestors, so of course I will protect you until the end." Yi Qinfeng smiled and slowly said, "Okay, Lingyu and I will go back to rest. I will leave the rebuilding to you guys." "That's right, Patriarch Zhou. Try not to spread what happened today. If the outside world knows what happened today, it might cause even more trouble." After that, Yi Qinfeng and Lingyu left under the respectful gazes of the Zhou family members. "Big brother, do you think our Zhou family's crisis is really over?" Until now, Zhou Shanquan still could not believe what just happened. He felt like he was dreaming. "We underestimated young Master Yi. His background is not simple. He used the power behind him to invite the Thunder Clan to capture the punishment elder." Zhou Shanlong took a deep breath and said, "Big brother, you said that the person who formed the sky-covering giant hand was invited by young Master Yi?" Zhou Shanquan took a deep breath and said, "Other than young Master Yi, Who else would help our Zhou family? Zhou Shanlong said, "Okay, seal off today's news. No one is allowed to speak of what happened today. Whoever dares to leak will be punished by the family law." Grandpa, is it useful for us to seal off the news? I am afraid that the Thunder Clan will leak what happened today. Zhou Tianyi said, "Tianyi, you are still too young. The Thunder Clan suffered such a big loss today. They will want to seal off all news." Zhou Shanlong shook his head and said, "Maybe with young Master Ye's power, our Zhou family can really rise again one day." How is it? How is Memory Zhou City? Were they destroyed by Thunder Chuan Wang? When the Thunder Clan left and Memory Zhou City returned to normal, Dong Hebo immediately called back the Dongha clan spy. He wanted to know the Zhou family situation. "Clan leader, the Thunder Clan has left, but Zhou Shanlong and the others are not dead. The Zhou family was not destroyed by the Thunder Clan," the spy reported. Dong Hebo stared and asked loudly, "Are you sure Zhou Shanlong and the others are still alive?" "I saw it with my own eyes. The Zhou family is being rebuilt under Zhou Shanlong's command. Zhou Shanlong and Zhou Shankuin are still alive, but Guardian Lei Ming seems to be dead. How could this be? What happened? How could the Thunder Clan let the Zhou family go?" Dong Hebo's brows were tightly furrowed as he pondered bitterly. It could be said that this result was far beyond his expectations. It caused his carefully planned plan to fail, and even disrupted all of his deployments. Back then, the Zhou family manor was sealed off by the Thunder Clan's experts. We didn't know what was happening inside. As for the spies our East River clan sent into the Zhou family, they left early with the Zhou family's fourth elder. "We were unable to obtain any information," said the East River clan's expert. Could it be that the Zhou family gave the culprit to the Thunder Clan and gave them the golden thunderstone mine in exchange for their forgiveness? Dong Hebo's face was gloomy as he paced back and forth in the main hall. He thought of a possibility that he could accept. "Clan leader, are we still going to deal with the Zhou family?" the second elder of the Dongha clan asked. "Cancel all plans to deal with the Zhou family. Wait until I find out the truth." Dong Hebo smelled something unusual and ordered. With the crisis resolved, the Zhou family regained its peace. The fourth elder and the others who heard the news were filled with regret and wanted to return to the Zhou family. However, after receiving Yi Qinfeng's message, Zhou Shanlong didn't accept the selfish fourth elder and the others. He gave them some money and let them leave. "Tianyi, this sword is for you. Back then, when I obtained this sword, the owner of this sword told me that if there came a day when I no longer needed this sword, I would have to pass it on to the next fated person. Now I will pass it on to you." Yi Qinfeng gave Zhou Tianyi the king armament, which had reached the level of a high-grade Dao artifact. "Thank you, big brother. I definitely won't disgrace this sword." Zhou Tianyi respectfully received the king armament with both hands and patted his chest as he promised. "All right, go and cultivate. I hope that before I leave the Zhou family, your strength will increase significantly." After what happened a few days ago, Yi Qinfeng was very satisfied with Zhou Tianyi. He decided to properly nurture him and gave him 2 ancient Dao pills. Time passed day by day. After the battle with the Thunder Clan's punishment elder, Yi Qinfeng had been in seclusion in the Zhou family, studying the heavenly fire triple-layered transformation. However, because Yi Qinfeng had fused the various flames he subdued together to form the heaven-burning flame, he didn't have any extra flames to use the heavenly fire triple-layered transformation. "It looks like I'll have to find a way to subdue 2 more sacred flames in the future," Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself. He couldn't help but think of the sacred flame in the Sacred Flame Valley. Mobile reading site. Book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button below to record your reading record. You'll be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1245. Young Master Yi. We spend a lot of money through various channels, but we still couldn't find the een fruit and 3 young grass. However, we did manage to gather a few sets of other items. Time passed, and after the Zhou clan's crisis was resolved, Zhou Shanlong immediately used various channels to collect the heaven and earth spirit items on Yi Qinfeng's prescription. Only by solving the Zhou clan's disciples' cultivation flaw could the Zhou clan rise again. However, the een fruit and 3 young grass were too rare. The Zhou clan offered a high reward, but they still couldn't find these 2 spirit items. The een fruit and 3 young grass were indeed rare, so it was normal that you couldn't find them. Yi Qinfeng said, "Young Master Yi, can other spirit items replace the een fruit and 3 young grass?" Zhou Shanlong asked. No, the een fruit and 3 young grass were the main ingredients for the een yang life pill. If other spirit items were used to replace them, the effect would be much worse. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, "Then let's think of another way." Zhou Shanlong took a deep breath and said, "Family head Zhou, are there any ancient tombs in the Azure Thunder County that will open soon?" Yi Qinfeng pondered and asked, "Could there be een fruit in ancient tombs?" Zhou Shanlong's snow-white eyebrows trembled slightly. That's right, the een fruit was an extreme een and extreme cold item. It liked to grow with ancient corpses. If there were ancient tombs in the Azure Thunder County, there might be een fruit growing inside. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "Young Master Yi, we will send people to the Earth Een sect to gather information. The Earth Een sect likes to deal with ancient tombs. They should know that there is an ancient tomb that will open soon." 2 days later, Zhou Shanlong came to the west courtyard to visit Yi Qinfeng. "Young Master Yi, according to the Earthly Een sect, they found an ancient tomb beside the Qingmai mountain, and according to the various traces in the ancient tomb, that ancient tomb should have existed for 30,000 years. Zhou Shanlong said respectfully, "In the next few days, the Earthly Een sect will open for business and hold a grave auction to auction off the burial goods in the ancient tomb. A 30,000-year-old ancient tomb. If you are lucky, there should be een fruit growing in the tomb." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "Patriarch Zhou, you guys continue to look for information about the 3 suns grass. I'll bring Tian Yi to the Qingmai mountain. If there are een fruits, I'll get them for you." Yi Qinfeng showed a hint of interest. "All right, I'll go get Tianyi now." Zhou Shanlong was very happy to let Zhou Tianyi stay by Yi Qinfeng's side so that he could learn more from Yi Qinfeng. The Earthly Een sect had been dealing with ancient tombs their entire lives, and the grave auction was one of their favorite trading methods. Through auctioning the items of the dead, the Earthly Een sect had traded for many treasures that would make Nirvana realm experts green with envy, and they had also accumulated a large amount of resources. With these resources, the Earth Een sect's overall strength continued to increase, gradually developing into the 4th largest force in the Thunder region, second only to the Thunder Clan, Mirror Moon sect, and Nangong Clan. Although there were some who disdained the Earthly Een sect for profiting from the dead, opening an ancient tomb was not as simple as one would imagine. Even the Earthly Een sect, which had existed for over 100,000 years, would often lose experts while excavating ancient tombs. After finding out that the Earthly Een sect was about to hold a grave auction at the Qingmai Mountains, many forces showed great interest and rushed to the Qingmai Mountains, wanting to compete for the items unearthed from the tombs and strengthen their forces. "Big brother, Yi, the Qingmai Mountains are right in front of us." Zhou Shui, who was wearing a snow-white dress, had skin as smooth as milk, an elegant aura and delicate facial features, stood at the bow of the spirit boat. She pointed at a mountain range shrouded in clouds and green like a giant dragon in the distance, and spoke in a pleasant voice. Originally, Yi Qinfeng only wanted to bring Zhou Tianyi to see the world, but he couldn't resist Zhou Shui's pleas and had no choice but to bring her along. What a terrifying Yin Qi! This ancient tomb at the Qingmai Mountains has probably existed for more than 30,000 years. Yi Qinfeng's soul was extremely powerful, and when he released his soul force, he discovered that the Qingmai Mountains was filled with a terrifying Yin Qi. The yin qi was so strong that it could instantly kill a peerless king. Let's go down. Yi Qinfeng put away the spirit boat and walked towards the Qingmai Mountains with Ling Yu, Zhou Tianyi, and Zhou Shui. At this time, an ancient tomb that had been excavated had appeared at the Qingmai Mountains. Many cultivators had arrived early and gathered around the ancient tomb, waiting for it to open. The reason why a grave auction was so attractive was because it wasn't like an auction. The chances of getting something good in a grave auction were extremely high. Many people relied on their sharp eyesight and spent a small amount of money to obtain great treasures in a grave auction. It could be said that a grave auction was a great test of one's eyesight and experience. However, there were also many powerful cultivators who made a mistake in the grave auction and obtained useless items. Second sister, look, it's Dong Yuqi. He's here too. When Yi Qinfeng and the others arrived at the ancient tomb, a tall man in luxurious clothes entered everyone's eyes. This man was Dong Yuqi, who had wanted to take Zhou Shui as a concubine, but had been kicked out of the Zhou clan by Ling Yu. Zhou Tianyi had noticed Dong Yuqi, and Dong Yuqi had also noticed Yi Qinfeng and the others. The corners of his eyes twitched, and his expression became extremely ugly. However, when he thought of Yi Qinfeng and Ling Yu's strength, Dong Yuqi didn't provoke them in public. Silently, he waited for the grave auction to begin. Welcome everyone to the grave auction. As more and more cultivators arrived, a woman in a black qipao with a seductive heart-shaped opening appeared. Her breasts were huge but was perky. Her figure was covered by the qipao, and her figure was exquisite and charming. Accompanied by 2 Nirvana elders, she appeared. This extremely seductive qipao woman was the Earth Yin sect master, Yin Ruashi. Although Yin Ruashi was charming and beautiful, her methods were ruthless. She killed people like scything flax. She was a thorny rose. Very few people in the Lightning region dared to have any ideas about her. Sect Master Yin, have your sect investigated the origins of the owner of this tomb? A white-haired old man in a dark gray robe spoke with his hands behind his back. His voice was deep and deep. This elder's name was Bai Wang, and he was a rogue cultivator from the Lightning region. His cultivation had reached the peak of nirvana, and he had the ability to fight against the nirvana experts. We haven't opened the main coffin yet, so we don't know the identity of the owner of this tomb. However, according to our in-depth investigation, this tomb has existed for more than 50,000 years. There are many items buried here that are of extraordinary quality. I guarantee that this trip won't be in vain. Yin Ruashi smiled charmingly and said in a pleasant voice, 50,000 years. The crowd waiting for the grave auction was filled with joy. They looked at the tomb, filled with yin qi with passion. The older the tomb, the more valuable the items were, especially some ancient herbs. After 50,000 years of growth, their value was extremely high. It was enough for the experts of nirvana to fight for them. All right, let's wait patiently for a while. When the yang qi is the strongest, we will open the tomb. Seeing that everyone's interest had been successfully piqued, Yin Ruashi smiled and said softly, sword intent. Why do I feel a strong sword intent in this tomb? As Yi Qinfeng waited patiently, he controlled the God-Eater brain to calculate and felt the presence of sword intent in the ancient coffin. Noon has arrived. Break the seal and open the tomb. After waiting for a while, Yin Ruashi looked up at the blazing sun in the sky and loudly ordered. Crack, crack, crack. Cracking sounds rang out. Under the attacks of the experts of the earthly Yin sect with the restriction-breaking Yin disc, the ancient tomb that had been sealed for over 50,000 years shattered, revealing a bottomless tomb. Rolling Yin qi uncontrollably surged out of the tomb. An entire space became terrifying. Mobile reading site. Book address. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click on the Save button below to record this book. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1246. Noon was the hottest time of the day. Under the erosion of the sun's rays, the yin energy in the tomb quickly dissipated. When the yin qi in the tomb became thin, several experts of the earthly yin sect entered the tomb and used the sect's inherited techniques to quickly excavate the tomb. Soon, the bottomless tomb became bigger and bigger. Through the light from the moonstones in the tomb, everyone saw the structure of the ancient tomb built with large amounts of diamonds. Sword intent. What a powerful sword intent. Could this ancient tomb be the tomb of an almighty sword cultivator? The God-Eater brain's high-speed deduction extended into the ancient tomb and felt the powerful sword intent even more clearly. At this time, the experts of the earthly yin sect who snuck into the tomb used all their strength to break the restrictions in the tomb. They took out the precious burial items and handed them to Yin Ruashi. Okay, now the grave auction begins. The rules are the same as usual. The highest bidder wins. Yin Ruashi held a rusty long sword with blurry sword patterns, but it gave off a very strong murderous aura. It was impossible to determine its grade. Big Brother Yi, what do you think of this sword? Zhou Tianyi asked through telepathy when he saw the rusty long sword in Yin Ruashi's hand. He didn't find anything special about it. This sword is of good quality. If I'm not mistaken, this sword should be a top-grade Dao sword. Although this sword had been greatly eroded by the passage of time and the cultivators present were unable to determine its grade, Yi Qinfeng, who possessed the God-Eater brain, could still clearly sense the grade of this sword. He transmitted his voice to Yi Qinfeng, a top-grade Dao sword. Zhou Tianyi sucked in a breath of cold air. The highest-grade sword he had ever seen was the ruler weapon that Yi Qinfeng had reforged and given to him. After learning that the first grave was auctioning a top-grade Dao sword, his eyes immediately lit up. Big Brother Yi, can I get this top-grade Dao sword? Zhou Tianyi asked through telepathy with anticipation. Yes, but this sword has been greatly eroded by the yin qi. Even if it's repaired, it can only unleash about 50% of its peak attack. So, it's worth around 10 million high-grade soul crystals. If it's too high, there's no need to bid. Yi Qinfeng said through telepathy. Zhou Tianyi nodded. While the crowd was observing the rusty sword in Yin Ruashi's hand, Zhou Tianyi was the first to call out a bid. 5 million high-grade soul crystals. 5 million hearing Zhou Tianyi's bid. Everyone's gazes turned to him. Following that, many cultivators who were interested in this sword shouted out their bids one after another. Soon, the rusty sword's price rose to 9 million high-grade soul crystals. 10 million high-grade soul crystals, although Zhou Shanlong had given Zhou Tianyi a lot of high-grade soul crystals before they came here. The Zhou family's financial resources were limited. Moreover, they had spent a lot of soul crystals to collect the materials required for Yi Qinfeng's prescription. So Zhou Tianyi only had a little over 3,000 high-grade soul crystals on him. 11 million high-grade soul crystals Dongha Yuqi glared at Yi Qinfeng and the others with hatred in his eyes. He communicated with the experts of the Dongha clan via voice transmission and made a bid. Tian, don't fight with them. Yi Qinfeng immediately transmitted his voice to Dongha Yuqi when he heard that the price Dongha Yuqi offered was higher than the original price of the rusty longsword. 11 million high-grade soul crystals. Was there anyone else who wanted to increase the price? A faint smile appeared on Yin Ruashi's delicate face when she heard Dongha Yuqi's bid. Since there was no one else, the first item for the grave auction would go to young Master Dongha. After waiting for a while, Yin Ruashi saw that no one was going to increase the price. I'm sorry. After paying the high-grade soul crystals, Dongha Yuqi purposely smiled at Yi Qinfeng and the others and bragged. Spending 11 million high-grade soul crystals to buy a broken sword was worth bragging about. Were you an idiot or something? Even with Yi Qinfeng's refining skills, he could only restore half of the power of this supreme-grade Taoist sword that had been severely corroded by yin qi. Without a high level of refining skills, This sword was no different from a piece of junk. You're just jealous of a broken sword, aren't you? As he spoke, Dong Haiyuchi took out a porcelain bottle from his chinkuan ring. He poured out a fiery red, extremely hot liquid onto the rusted Taoist sword. With the help of the high temperature, he washed away the rust on the Taoist sword. However, when the red liquid washed away the rust bit by bit, the smile on Dong Haiyuchi's face froze. He realized that the Taoist sword's weapon patterns were basically all damaged. Without the weapon patterns, this sword was worthless. Dong Haiyuchi, do you want to slap your own face right now? But I can't blame you. For a short-sighted person like you, it's normal for you to make a mistake. Zhou Tianyi was overjoyed when he saw Dong Haiyuchi's gloomy expression. He rubbed salt on Dong Haiyuchi's wound again, making him furious. Zhou Tianyi, do you believe that I won't let you get a single item? Dong Haiyuchi threatened while gritting his teeth. No. Before Zhou Tianyi could say anything, Yi Qinfeng interrupted. Although the Dongha clan was rich, Yi Qinfeng was even richer. With Yi Qinfeng's wealth, even 5 Dongha clans couldn't compare to him. Fine, let's wait and see. Dong Haiyuchi didn't argue with Yi Qinfeng. However, he was determined to stop Yi Qinfeng and the others at all costs, so that they wouldn't be able to gain anything. As for the conflict between the Dongha clan and the Zhou clan, Yin Ruoshi didn't stop it. Instead, she smiled because this conflict could greatly increase the value of the grave auction. The second item for the grave auction was a porcelain jar. Inside the jar, there were 5 ancient Dao pills of pretty good quality. As she spoke, Yin Ruoshi took out a dark yellow pill from the porcelain jar. It was dull, but emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. Ancient Dao pills, seeing the ancient Dao pills in Yin Ruoshi's hand, everyone's emotions were stirred. Ancient Dao pills were extremely valuable in the Lightning Dominion. If used properly, these 5 ancient Dao pills could nurture 5 peak experts. Big Brother Yi, how many high-grade soul crystals do you have? Can you lend me some? I want to bid for these 5 ancient Dao pills. The strongest person in the Zhou clan, Zhou Shanlong, was only a Class 5 combat beast emperor. If he could obtain these 5 ancient Dao pills that had been nurtured for more than 50,000 years, Zhou Shanlong and Zhou Shankuan would break through the final shackles and become Class 6 combat beast emperors. These are 5 useless pills, not worth a single cent. Yi Qinfeng looked away from the ancient Dao pills and transmitted his voice. No way! The medicinal fragrance of these ancient Dao pills is so strong. How can they be useless? Zhou Tianyi doubted. This is just an illusion. When the medicinal fragrance of these 5 ancient Dao pills dissipates, their medicinal effects will also disappear and they will become useless pills. Yi Qinfeng transmitted his voice. After saying that, he shouted his own bid. 50 million high-grade soul crystals. Big Brother, you, Zhou Tianyi, asked in confusion. Yi Qinfeng smiled and transmitted his voice. He wanted to trick the Dongha clan and make them behave. Mobile reading website. Book address. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record your reading history. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends. QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1247. Humph! I told you. I will make you get nothing today. When Dong Haiyuchi heard Yi Qinfeng's bid, he snorted inwardly. 60 million high-grade soul crystals. 70 million high-grade soul crystals. As soon as Dong Haiyuchi finished speaking, Nirvana's Bai Weng made a bid. He had a feeling that if he could get these 5 ancient Dao pills, he would be able to break through the shackles of cultivation and go to Grand Clear Sky to challenge the World Annihilation Thunder Mountain and cultivate Nirvana. The allure of the 5 ancient Dao pills was too great. Not only did Bai Weng bid, but the others also increased the price. Soon, the price of the 5 ancient Dao pills was raised to 100 million high-grade soul crystals. 100 million high-grade soul crystals. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? In Ruashi said with an enchanting smile. 120 million high-grade soul crystals. Yi Qinfeng pretended to think for a while and made a bid. Dong Haiyuchi frowned when he heard Yi Qinfeng's bid. He dared to make such a big claim because he knew the Zhou family's financial strength. He knew that they couldn't take out that many high-grade soul crystals for the grave auction. As for Yi Qinfeng, he didn't put him in his eyes. He didn't believe that a person's financial strength could surpass a family's. 130 million high-grade soul crystals. Dong Haiyuchi gritted his teeth and continued to increase the price. 150 million high-grade soul crystals. In order to break through to nirvana, Bai Wang was going all out and increased the price. Big brother, I think it's about time. Don't let these 5 waste pills fall into our hands in the end. The price of the 5 pills rose to 150 million high-grade soul crystals. Zhou Tianyi became slightly nervous and cautiously transmitted his voice to Dong Haiyuchi. One had to know that the Zhou family, which controlled Zhou City, could only earn 300 million high-grade soul crystals a year. If these 5 pills fell into their hands, it would hurt the Zhou family's vitality. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to observe the changes in Dong Haiyuchi's expression. Through his expression, Yi Qinfeng was certain that Dong Haiyuchi was very interested in the 5 elixirs. He immediately made a bid. 200 million high-grade soul crystals. The moment the price of 200 million was announced, the entire ancient tomb was in an uproar. Everyone's gazes shifted to the calm Yi Qinfeng. Don't bluff. How could you possibly have 200 million high-grade soul crystals with you? The price of 200 million was beyond Dong Haiyuchi's bottom line, which made him question Yi Qinfeng's offer. He shouted with a livid face, "Whether or not we can afford it is our business. If you don't have the money, just watch from the side obediently. Don't make a fool of yourself and bark like a dog." Yi Qinfeng's lips curled into a mocking smile, deliberately provoking him. Dong Haiyuchi had a sinister look on his face as he hesitated over whether or not he should continue to bid. Zhou Tianyi and Zhou Shui's hearts also clenched at this moment. They were afraid that Dong Haiyuchi would give up and throw the 5 useless elixirs into their hands. "Young master, this price is a bit high," a white-haired old man said telepathically. "If these 5 ancient path elixirs are of high quality, then the price of 200 million high-grade soul crystals can only be low, not high. Also, I cannot let the Zhou family get these 5 ancient path elixirs, in case they use these elixirs to make a big fuss and threaten the status of the Dongha clan." Dong Haiyuchi took a deep breath and raised the price. 210 million high-grade soul crystals. 210 million high-grade soul crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? The price of the 5 newly excavated ancient path elixirs was far beyond In Ruashi's expectations. Her smile grew wider as she asked softly. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng did not continue to increase the price. He gave the 5 ancient path elixirs to Dong Haiyuchi. The gloomy Bai Wang also had to give up. However, his gaze towards Yi Qinfeng and Dong Haiyuchi became colder and colder. "Okay, since no one wants to increase the price, then this ancient path elixir will be won by young Master Dongha," In Ruashi announced loudly. She gave the 5 ancient path elixirs to her subordinate and let him complete the transaction with Dong Haiyuchi. "You can't beat me, so just give up." After getting the 5 ancient path elixirs, Dong Haiyuchi revealed a faint smile and continued to provoke. "Dong Haiyuchi, I don't know if you're really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. You spent 200 million high-grade soul crystals to get 5 useless elixirs, and you're still so happy. If I were your father, I would beat you to death," Yi Qinfeng said mockingly as he looked at Dong Haiyuchi's smug face. "Who do you think you are?" Dong Haiyuchi's expression changed slightly as he said in disbelief. If you don't believe me, you can take out the ancient path elixirs from the jar and see if half of the ancient path elixirs have already been lost. Yi Qinfeng said disapprovingly, "How could this be?" Dong Haiyuchi took out an ancient path elixir from the jar. When he released his soul power, his face turned green. "Now you believe me, right?" Yi Qinfeng chuckled as he looked at the dumbfounded Dong Haiyuchi, who looked as if he had been struck by lightning. "You tricked me just now." When Dong Haiyuchi thought about how Yi Qinfeng kept increasing the price just now, Dong Haiyuchi felt a towering rage explode in his chest. He gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Qinfeng, roaring furiously. "That's right, I tricked you. Who told you to be so stupid and easy to fool?" Yi Qinfeng nodded and admitted, "You." Dong Haiyuchi almost went crazy from anger. His whole body was shaking with anger. "What, you want to fight?" Ling Yi stepped forward when she saw Dong Haiyuchi's angry eyes. She put her hands on her hips and said with a high fighting spirit, "If you want to fight, I'll play with you." Dong Haiyuchi was already scared of Ling Yu. Facing her challenge, Dong Haiyuchi didn't dare to accept it. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. "Can you judge the authenticity of the items in the grave auction?" Seeing that Yi Qinfeng had accurately identified the treasures of the tomb auction, everyone's gaze towards him became fiery. Even Yin Ruashi looked at Yi Qinfeng a few more times, as if she was deep in thought. "Faction leader Yin, can we continue?" Yi Qinfeng ignored everyone's questions and looked at Yin Ruashi. "Okay, let's continue." Yin Ruashi smiled faintly at Yi Qinfeng. Then she took out treasures from the pile of burial items and started the grave auction. Because this tomb had existed for too long, many of the treasures had been seriously corroded by the Yin Qi. Their value was greatly reduced. Also, there were no spirit herbs in the tomb, so Yi Qinfeng didn't bid for them. These 3 fruits were Yin fruits. Because this tomb had more than 50,000 years of history, these 3 Yin fruits had absorbed a large amount of Yin Qi. Therefore, their value was extremely high. If a master with the extreme Yin and extreme cold physique could refine these 3 Yin fruits, their strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Yin Ruashi took 3 strange-looking dark gray fruits from one of her subordinates and slowly introduced them. They were emitting dense Yin Qi and were somewhat strange in shape. Yin fruits. This tomb really did produce Yin fruits. Looking at the 3 Yin fruits in Yin Ruashi's hand, Zhou Tianyi and Zhou Shui were overjoyed. However, their overjoyed expressions were noticed by Dong Haiyuchi, who was enraged by the humiliation he had suffered. He revealed a cold expression. Mobile reading site, book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this book. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1248. 300 million high-grade soul crystals. When Yi Qinfeng caught Dong Haiyuchi's gaze, he didn't care. He didn't wait for the others to bid and shouted a price that shocked everyone. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement. Test 1 had to know that the grave auction wasn't a formal auction. There was a lot of chance, and the slightest mistake could lead to a loss. Moreover, although the Yin fruit was precious, it was useless for normal people. Instead, they would be injured by the Yin Qi. Therefore, 300 million high-grade soul crystals far exceeded its value. 300 million. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's bid, Dong Haiyuchi's eyes twitched. His voice was stuck in his throat, and he didn't dare to shout it out. After buying 2 useless items, Dong Haiyuchi didn't have many high-grade soul crystals left. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng's bid had already exceeded the Yin fruit's price. He wasn't sure if Yi Qinfeng would trick him again. Moreover, after Yi Qinfeng's bid, Zhou Tianyi and Zhou Shui were obviously nervous. Obviously, they didn't have enough high-grade soul crystals. 300 million high-grade soul crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? Yin Ruashi looked deeply at Yi Qinfeng, who was so calm that no one could see through his true thoughts. Since no one was going to raise the price, the 3 Yin fruits were won by this young master. After waiting for a while, Yin Ruashi saw that no one was going to raise the price. Brother Yi Qinfeng, do you really have 300 million high-grade soul crystals? Zhou Tianyi asked nervously. If Yi Qinfeng raised the price recklessly, the consequences would be very serious. It was only 300 million high-grade soul crystals. Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly and said with a calm expression. He handed a universe ring to the earthly Yin sect expert and bought 3 Yin fruits from him. Damn, who is this guy? How can he be so rich? If it wasn't for Yi Qinfeng, the Donghe clan would have already forced the Zhou clan into a desperate situation. Moreover, he had been coveting Zhou Shui for a long time. However, everything was ruined by Yi Qinfeng. This made Donghe Yuqi feel that Yi Qinfeng was his nemesis. Yi Qinfeng won the 3 Yin fruits. Yin Ruashi then took out several valuable heaven and earth spirit herbs from the burial items. However, a heaven and earth spirit grass that was tens of thousands of years old was no longer able to arouse Yi Qinfeng's interest. He did not make any more moves. Silence as he waited for more precious treasures to appear. A few hours later, the grave auction was nearing its end. However, no one left because they knew that the main event was about to begin. Everyone must be impatient. Now, let's begin the main coffin auction. Seeing that everyone was eager to try, Yin Ruashi smiled charmingly and ordered 4 earthly Yin sect experts to carry the ancient bronze coffin, which weighed several tens of thousands of kilograms, out of the tomb and placed it on the uneven ground. Sect Master Yin, I'm very interested in this ancient coffin. I want to buy it as a whole. Sect Master Yin, please state your price. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to sense the ancient bronze coffin. His eyes lit up as he asked in a low voice. If it were an ordinary person, I would be very happy to sell the entire ancient coffin. However, young master is not an ordinary person. Therefore, in order to avoid losing money, I cannot sell the entire ancient coffin to young master. Yin Ruashi smiled charmingly. 2 billion high-grade soul crystals. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently with his hands behind his back. 2 billion? How rich was he? Hearing Yi Qinfeng's bid, the crowd was in an uproar as they began to guess Yi Qinfeng's identity. After all, there were only a handful of people in the entire lightning field who could casually take out 2 billion high-grade soul crystals for the grave auction. Sorry, 5 billion high-grade soul crystals. Before Yin Ruashi could finish speaking, Yi Qinfeng continued to bid. Donghe Yuqi and the others were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Although the Donghe clan was rich, they couldn't casually take out 5 billion high-grade soul crystals for the grave auction. 5 billion is not enough. Yin Ruashi took a deep breath and shook her head. 100 million high-grade soul crystals. Yi Qinfeng looked at Yin Ruashi's charming face and continued to bid. 100 million high-grade soul crystals. Yin Ruashi sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Yi Qinfeng in a different light. In the central world, 1 high-grade soul crystal could be exchanged for 100 high-grade soul crystals. However, because the soul energy contained in a high-grade soul crystal was too pure, very few people were willing to exchange it for high-grade soul crystals. Therefore, the high-grade soul crystals were even more precious. Yin Ruashi was completely moved by the young master's willingness to spend 100 million high-grade soul crystals for the ancient bronze coffin. Even her voice was slightly trembling. Zhou Tianyi, Zhou Shui, Donghe Yuqi, and the others were so shocked that they couldn't speak. When he thought about how he claimed that Yi Qinfeng wouldn't get anything from the grave auction, Donghe Yuqi wanted to find a hole to hide in. Yes, I can also cure the yin poison in your body so that you won't be tortured by the yin qi during the month when the yin qi is at its densest. Yi Qinfeng nodded. You. Who are you? Yin Ruashi was even more shocked when Yi Qinfeng exposed her secret. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I sincerely want to buy this ancient bronze coffin. Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly as he looked at the shocked Yin Ruashi. Okay, I'll sell it to you. Yi Qinfeng's price completely destroyed Yin Ruashi's psychological barrier. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng could cure her hidden illness. In the end, she decided to sell the ancient bronze coffin to Yi Qinfeng. This was a smart decision. Yi Qinfeng smiled and threw a precious universe ring to Yin Ruashi. Young master, how can you cure the yin poison in my body? Yin Ruashi asked after counting the high-grade soul crystals in the universe ring. This is a pill recipe. Gather all the herbs on the recipe and look for me at the Zhou clan. I will refine the pill for you. Yi Qinfeng flicked his finger and threw a pill recipe filled with herbs at Yin Ruashi. Young master, you're an alchemist? Yin Ruashi glanced at the parchment that was filled with yang herbs and asked in astonishment. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, Okay, there's nothing else for me to do here. We'll be leaving first. I'll wait for you at the Zhou clan. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng walked to the side of the ancient bronze coffin that weighed several tens of thousands of jin and was covered in rust. He broke the restriction on the surface of the ancient bronze coffin. Under the greedy gazes of the crowd, he put the ancient bronze coffin into the universe mirror and left with the spirit fish and the others. The Yin faction's master didn't know the origin of that ancient coffin or who was buried inside. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's group leave, Bai Weng's eyes flashed with killing intent as he asked in a low voice, I also don't know the origin of that coffin. Yin Ruashi shook her head and said, Okay, everyone will be leaving first. We'll meet again someday. Then Yin Ruashi, who had a great harvest, didn't stay any longer and left with the Earth Yin sex experts. Senior Bai Weng, should we? A rogue cultivator's eyes flashed as he approached. Humph, I didn't get what he wanted. Bai Weng snorted and immediately sped up to chase after Yi Qinfeng's group. Mobile reading website, book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this book. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1249. Brother Qingfeng, someone is following us. When Yi Qinfeng and the group were slowly flying towards Memory Zhou City, the sharp senses of the spirit fish had detected the presence of danger. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement test. I know they won't give up. Yi Qinfeng smiled with a hint of coldness. Let's go to the forest ahead and deal with them. After speaking, Yi Qinfeng's group increased their speed slightly, flying extremely quickly to a mountain range not far in front of them. It was a mountain range with towering ancient trees and jagged rocks of strange shapes. We will be facing a fierce battle soon. Are you too afraid? Yi Qinfeng looked at the nervous Zhou Tianyi and Ling Yu and asked softly. Not afraid. Zhou Tianyi and Ling Yu shook their heads and said in unison. In the world of cultivators, the strong are revered. Every strong person needs to undergo a baptism of blood. Thus, if you want to truly grow, you must experience the test of blood and death. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, Don't worry, Brother Yi, we won't let you down. Zhou Tianyi took a deep breath and said with a firm tone, I think this place is not bad. It is suitable to be our grave. Let's deal with them here. After flying into a beautiful valley, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the half-restored ancient map fragment and hid it in the void. He sealed the entire valley and waited for Bai Weng's group to enter the trap. Why aren't you running anymore? At this time, Bai Weng's group of 20 people flew into the valley and surrounded Yi Qinfeng's group. However, Dong Heyuchi was not among them, which surprised Zhou Tianyi and Zhou Shui. I think this place is not bad. It is suitable to be your grave. Yi Qinfeng slowly turned around and looked at Bai Wang, who had a murderous glint in his eyes, and said slowly, "Ha ha ha, you want to kill us with just a few small fish?" Sensing that Yi Qinfeng and Ling Yu were only rank 5 combat beast emperors, Bai Wang didn't put them in his eyes at all. He laughed and said with disdain, "Brother Qinfeng, leave that old man to me, I will kill him." The spirit fish took out her supreme grade Dao tool staff, and her beautiful eyes were burning with fighting spirit. "Okay, let's get this over with." Bai Wang was strong, but compared to Lei Chuanwang, there was still a big gap. The spiritual fish was more than capable of defeating or even killing him. Roaring, earth-shattering roar of a beast resounded. The spirit fish raised its head to the sky and let out an inhuman roar. The terrifying sound wave soared into the sky and dispersed the clouds floating in the sky. In the next moment, the spiritual fish's petite body continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed into the true form of the golden-eyed divine ape. Her terrifying aura dispersed everyone present. Demonic beast, that little girl is a demonic beast. Seeing the true form of the spirit fish, the experts from the various powers who had come to kill Yi Qinfeng gasped in fear. However, with Bai Wang here, they didn't leave. Boom, the spiritual fish cracked the ground with one stomp. With the supreme grade Dao staff in her hand, she was like a moving mountain as she attacked Bai Wang. The spiritual fish carried a suffocating power. Bai Wang immediately deduced his Dao intent to the extreme. 2 Dao diagrams appeared on his body and released boundless Dao intent. They gathered in his palms, forming a terrifying palm print that slammed down. God-shaking fist, the spirit fish immediately unleashed a punch. The power of its entire body fused with the power of its bloodline to form a doomsday calamity. It collided with the Bai Wang seal's palm, creating a boundless storm in the air that caused the entire valley to tremble. What? That little girl can actually shake Bai Wang's attack? Seeing the spiritual fish not being at a disadvantage, the experts who came to kill Yi Qinfeng were even more shocked. A trace of uneasiness appeared in their hearts. At this time, Yi Qinfeng soared into the sky. His foot turned into a sword diagram that released a large amount of sword Dao runes and attacked the 20 experts. Kill! The experts didn't retreat. They summoned their Dao treasures and Gu Dao treasures to resist Yi Qinfeng's sword steps. They wanted to work together to kill Yi Qinfeng. Cosmos, sword, formation, the ice dragon. Sword appeared in Yi Qinfeng's hand. Yi Qinfeng formed a formation with his sword. 81 Qinkuan swords flew out of his body and quickly condensed into a Qinkuan sword diagram. They directly shattered the incoming Dao treasures and forcefully neutralized everyone's attacks. What? Seeing the Taoist treasures being pierced through by the cosmic sword and exploding in midair, the hearts of the experts from the various major sects turned cold. They regretted getting involved in this mess. Just as they thought of retreating, the cosmic swords turned into a rain of swords. In the blink of an eye, several powerful cultivators were pierced by the cosmic swords and turned into minced meat in the air. They died. Yi Qinfeng killed 5 people in the blink of an eye. With a thought, the 81 Qinkuan swords quickly condensed, turning into 3 huge Qinkuan swords that were more than 30 meters long. They pulsed with the power of the sword Dao. Then they chopped down like 3 huge axes. Dodge! Facing the 3 cosmic swords, the experts smelled a strong threat of death and quickly dodged to the side without thinking. However, the moment they dodged, Yi Qinfeng's soul force erupted, forming a terrifying dizziness force that blasted into their soul seas. It caused their souls to tremble and their reactions to become seriously sluggish. Bang! 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 A series of shattering sounds rang out. 3 Qinkuan great swords slashed down, and another 9 people died under the Qinkuan great swords. A large amount of blood, mist exploded in the air, making people shudder. "No, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Please let me go." In less than 10 breaths, Yi Qinfeng had killed 14 people in a row. His shocking strength had completely destroyed the defenses of the remaining cultivators, causing them to reveal looks of despair as they loudly begged for mercy. Too late. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and remained unmoved. His sword swept through the sky, shaking the heaven and earth. A terrifying sword ray directly tore through the defenses of several people and sent 2 more into the Yellow Springs. Bai Wang, who was fiercely fighting with the spirit fish, was shocked to see Yi Qinfeng killing the experts of the major powers. He never thought that Yi Qinfeng, who was only a rank 5 combat beast emperor, would have such terrifying strength. He could kill combat beast emperors as easily as killing chickens. While Bai Wang was distracted by Yi Qinfeng's terrifying strength, the spirit fish ignited her true god bloodline. A terrifying bloodline shadow appeared on her body and carried a world-destroying bloodline power that bombarded Bai Wang. Boom! The chaotic void trembled for a moment. Facing the true god bloodline shadow head-on, Bai Wang's defenses were forcibly shattered. The terrifying bloodline power crazily rushed into his body, destroying it and injuring him. Bloodline ignition after being injured by the true god bloodline shadow, the frightened Bai Wang began to go all out. He quickly ignited his bloodline power and turned into a half-human, half-demon beast soul. With 2 top-grade Dao artifacts in his hands, he faced the tide of attacks from the spirit fish. Tianyi, Zhou Shui, I'll leave these 2 to you. Yi Qinfeng stepped forward and tore apart the attacks of the remaining 5 cultivators. He injured 2 with 1 palm and sent them flying towards Zhou Tianyi and Zhou Shui. Seeing the 2 rank 5 combat beast emperors vomiting blood, Zhou Tianyi and Zhou Shui took out their Dao artifacts and attacked with all their might. Young master, this is not a place to stay. We should leave quickly. The experts of the Eastern River clan hiding at the entrance of the valley were deeply shocked by the strength of Yi Qinfeng and the spirit fish. They didn't dare to stay for long and wanted to leave quickly. Okay, let's go. Donghe Yuqi, whose eyes were filled with fear, nodded and quickly fled out of the valley. Buzz! When they were running, they felt like they had hit a mountain. A powerful force bounced them back, causing them to bleed. Oh no, it's an array formation. We're trapped. Sensing the illusory light wall that appeared in the void, the experts of the Eastern River clan were shocked. They all took out their Dao treasures and bombarded the illusory light wall. They wanted to break through the light wall and quickly leave this dangerous place. Donghe Yuqi, don't waste your energy. Even Nirvana couldn't break through my array formation, let alone you guys. Yi Qinfeng killed the remaining 3 experts in his most powerful manner. He then flew toward Donghe Yuqi, whose expression had changed greatly. Mobile reading website. Book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this book. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1250. Don't come over. I've just notified the 2 ancestors of my clan. If you dare to hurt us, I promise they won't let you go. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's merciless slaughter, Donghe Yuqi was scared out of his wits. He immediately brought up the 2 Nirvana ancestors to pressure Yi Qinfeng, begging Yi Qinfeng to spare their lives. What's the difference between your ancestors and him? Yi Qinfeng said emotionlessly as he pointed at Bai Wang, who was being suppressed by the true god's blood shadow and was in great danger. I know I was wrong. As long as you let me go, I'll give you soul crystals and treasures. I promise I won't be your enemy in the future. Bai Wang was very famous in the Thunderfield. The 2 ancestors were on par with him. Seeing that even Bai Wang couldn't beat the spirit fish, Donghe Yuqi was scared and had to beg for mercy. Humph! Soul crystals and treasures? You want to bribe me, Yi Qinfeng, with that little bit of wealth of your Eastern River clan? Sir, our clan has a close relationship with the Thunder clan. If you insist on doing this, the Thunder Clan will definitely avenge us. Since begging for mercy didn't work, the Dongha experts had to bring up the Thunder Clan. Unfortunately, the Thunder Clan won't be able to save you. Yi Qinfeng shook his head, unmoved. The sword intent emitted from his body, completely locked onto Dongha Yuqi and the others, making them feel as if a blade was hanging over their necks. Sir, you're strong, but compared to the Thunder Clan, you're still too weak. I advise you not to destroy yourself because of a moment of rashness, the Dongha expert warned. I cut off Lei Chuanwang's legs in front of the Thunder Clan's punishment elder. Even the Thunder Clan can't do anything to me, let alone you. Do you think you're more precious than Lei Chuanwang's life? Yi Qinfeng said coldly. What? Dongha Yuqi's eyes widened, unable to believe what he had just heard. Not only were Dongha Yuqi and the others shocked by this news, but even Bai Wang, who was fighting the spirit fish, was terrified. Although he was unable to discern the truth in Yi Qinfeng's words, he felt regret in his heart. He regretted that he had tried to kill Yi Qinfeng's group before he had ascertained their true strength. Okay, time to send you to hell. Yi Qinfeng's pupils constricted as the bronze sword spirit flew out. It transformed into a cold star that pierced through the air and directly cleaved Dongha Yuqi in half. Dongha Yuqi was desperately trying to defend himself, and a large amount of blood spurted out from his body. Young Master seeing Yi Qinfeng lying dead in a pool of blood, the experts of the Eastern River Clan revealed looks of despair. However, their path of retreat had been cut off. They could only use their final trump card to besiege and kill Yi Qinfeng, hoping to find a chance to survive. Holy thunder of purple beginnings. Several experts from the Eastern River Clan surrounded Yi Qinfeng. The holy thunder of purple beginnings shot out from Yi Qinfeng's body, turning into a purple light, shattering the attacks that were coming at him. The Eastern River Clan experts were blasted into minced meat, dying on the spot. While Yi Qinfeng was killing the experts of the Eastern River Clan, Zhou Tianyi and Zhou Shui also used their own methods to kill the two combat beast kings that had been heavily injured by Yi Qinfeng. At this time, except for Bai Wang, everyone else had been mercilessly killed by Yi Qinfeng. The thick smell of blood permeated the air, causing others to feel nauseous. Seeing the situation before him, Bai Wang wanted to retreat. He wanted to use all of his power to break the ancient map's restrictions and leave this place. Landslide while Bai Wang was distracted, the spirit fish merged with the true god's blood shadow and unleashed a fist that could shatter mountains. The entire space was thrown into chaos by this terrifying attack. Crack! Bai Wang's defense was immediately shattered by the spirit fish's landslide attack. The mountain-shattering power smashed into his body and worsened his injuries. Large amounts of blood spurted out from his mouth. Lightning electrogram with his body injured. Bai Wang didn't dare to hold back any longer. He summoned an ancient Tao-level light diagram that covered his body and blocked the true god's mountain crumbles that the spirit fish and the true god's blood shadow sent out. Don't waste your energy. Although you are strong, you will not be able to break through my lightning electrogram. Bai Wang, who was covered in the Gudao treasure's lightning electrogram, had a chance to breathe. He quickly swallowed an elixir and panted. Is that so? Yi Qinfeng stepped into the air and said calmly, I only need one sword strike to break through your defense. With that, the dragon-spined sacred sword appeared in Yi Qinfeng's hand. Its sharp sword light tore through the air and left a deep sword mark in front of Yi Qinfeng. The sacred sword felt the power of the dragon's spine, sacred sword. Bai Wang's expression changed, and he quickly said, Sir, it was all my fault. I shouldn't have been blinded by the treasure. If you forgive me, I will agree to any of your conditions. No need. I am not interested in you. Yi Qinfeng showed no mercy to his enemies. With a thought, he merged the bronze sword soul into the dragon's spine sacred sword. An unparalleled 10-meter long sword light shot out. The sword slashed down, and the sky changed color. No one could describe the terror of this sword. It was as if the heaven and earth were split in half by this sword. All creatures were annihilated and turned into nothingness. Chi, the lightning electrogram, immediately shattered under the attack of the dragon's spine's sacred sword. The terrifying sword light was like a waterfall that slashed down on Bai Weng's body and sent him flying. One of his arms was directly severed by the sword light. Bloodline ignition with one of his arms destroyed by Yi Qinfeng. Bai Weng's life was hanging by a thread. He immediately took a black pill and burned his bloodline power in order to overdraw his body for one last fight. I won't play games with you anymore. After injuring Bai Weng with one slash, Yi Qinfeng used his sword steps and flew forward with the dragon's spine, sacred sword in his hand. He unleashed a tidal wave of attacks on Bai Weng, forcing him to retreat step by step. Dizziness Art Bai Weng used all of his strength to counterattack, but Yi Qinfeng's soul power erupted like a huge hammer and ruthlessly smashed into Bai Weng's sea of soul, causing his soul to tremble and his reaction to slow down a bit. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng's entire body fused with the dragon's pine sacred sword. Activating the power of the bronze sword spirit, he slashed down on Bai Weng's wounded body like an inverted waterfall, cleaving him apart and killing him. Bai Weng was dead. Seeing Yi Qinfeng kill Bai Weng with one slash, the Zhou siblings were deeply shocked and revealed looks of worship. Come, let's go back. After killing everyone present, Yi Qinfeng spewed out the heaven-burning, sacred flame to burn the corpses of Bai Weng and the others. Then he took away their belongings and summoned a spirit boat to carry everyone away from the Bloody Valley and back to the Zhou family. After returning to the Zhou clan's west courtyard, Yi Qinfeng immediately set up a restriction in the room and entered the universe realm with the spiritual fish. He couldn't wait to open the ancient bronze coffin and see what kind of important figure was buried inside. Mobile reading site. Book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this book. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1251. Open. Yi Qinfeng stood beside the ancient bronze coffin and released a powerful force, tearing apart the restrictions and opening the coffin lid that had been sealed for countless years. Watermark advertisement, test watermark, advertisement, test buzz. The instant the coffin lid opened, a powerful sword intent shot out from the ancient coffin. The terrifying sword intent made the king of massacre, Mo Fengyan, and the others' hair stand on end. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. What a terrifying sword intent. This person's comprehension of the sword Dao definitely surpassed mine. Yi Qinfeng didn't expect that the corpse in the ancient coffin would still be able to release such a terrifying sword intent, even though it had been dead for tens of thousands of years. He became very interested in the remains in the ancient coffin. Looking into the ancient coffin, Yi Qinfeng saw a man in a dark golden robe with dragon patterns. His muscles were all withered, and there was no sign of life in him. He was lying in the ancient coffin in silence. In his right hand, he was holding a 6-foot-6-inch long sword. It was completely black and embedded with black gems. The body of the sword was covered with ancient patterns. Sacred sword. The moment Yi Qinfeng saw the black sword, he could tell that it was a low-grade sacred sword. Its quality was even higher than the dragon's pine sacred sword that he had refined. Who was this person? There was actually a sacred sword among the burial items. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself as he reached out to grab the black sacred sword. Suddenly, the lifeless man in the dragon robe who had been dead for God knows how many years opened his eyes. His eyes were as sharp as swords as they pierced towards Yi Qinfeng, causing him to smell a strong sense of danger. In the next moment, a sword light shot out from the dragon robed man's body and slashed towards Yi Qinfeng. Fortunately, Yi Qinfeng reacted quickly. His body flashed, slightly dodging the sword. However, a deep sword mark appeared in the impregnable space of the universe, mirror due to this sword attack. This person wasn't dead. Seeing the dragon-robed man slowly sit up, his withered muscles wriggling rapidly and his body emitting a shocking sword intent, Yi Qinfeng revealed a look of surprise. He didn't expect that the lifeless dragon-robed man would come back to life in the blink of an eye. No. What is this? When Yi Qinfeng controlled the power of the God-Eater brain to penetrate the dragon-robed man's body, he found a mysterious power in his body. It was this power that controlled the dragon-robed man's body to attack him. Buzz after the first strike, the dragon-robed man leaped high into the air. He held the black, sacred sword in his hand and interweaved a shocking sword beam. It was like a roaring black dragon as it slashed towards Yi Qinfeng and the others. The power of the universe, break for me. In the universe realm, Yi Qinfeng was an invincible existence. Even if a Nirvana Heavenly Realm expert was in the universe realm, Yi Qinfeng could borrow the power of the universe realm to kill him. Boom! The power of the universe collided with the streaks of black sword light, setting off monstrous waves in the universe mirror, causing the entire space to tremble. The aura of the sword spirit. Could it be that the sword spirit was controlling this person's body? When Yi Qinfeng felt the power of the sword spirit in the dragon-robed man's body, he finally knew what kind of power controlled his body to attack him. The Sword Emperor was actually him. When the dragon-robed man's shriveled muscles regained vitality and revealed his true appearance, Marquis Qianming's eyes widened as he recognized his identity. Marquis Qianming, have you seen him before? Yi Qinfeng asked in a low voice. If I am not wrong, this person should be the Sword Emperor who shook the Central World 50,000 years ago. I once saw his picture album and introduction in the Kirin Kingdom. Marquis Qianming said this person was extremely terrifying when he was alive. His strength was comparable to the 3 divine emperors, and he was one of the most powerful masters in the Central World. Swish! While speaking, the Sword Emperor slashed out again. It turned into a giant black sword and pierced through the void. It carried a terrifying killing intent as it stabbed towards Yi Qinfeng. This sword seemed to have pierced through heaven and earth, annihilating everything in its path. Universe sword formation. After knowing the identity of the man in the dragon robe, Yi Qinfeng intended to compete with the sword soul that he had condensed. With one sword formation, 81 Chenkuan swords flew out of his body and formed a Chenkuan sword diagram, blocking the huge black sword that the sword soul had pierced out. Forcefully blocking the Sword Emperor's attack, Yi Qinfeng stepped out with his sword steps and approached the Sword Emperor. The dragon spine, saint sword in his hand, danced wantonly. The sword light was like a drifting rain, making it hard for people to grasp. And the 81 universe swords, under the control of his mind, attacked the Sword Emperor's body and fought fiercely with him in midair. For a moment, layers of sword light collided with each other, bursting out endless rays of light. Like waves, they constantly attacked the space and caused a huge chaos. Bronze sword spirit break. Relying on his powerful physical body, Yi Qinfeng withstood the impact of the heavy sword power. With a thought, the bronze sword spirit fused into the dragon spine's sacred sword. The sword pierced through the air and tore through the layers of sword inscriptions like a hot knife through butter. The sword stabbed towards the Sword Emperor's chest. Facing Yi Qinfeng's shocking sword, the Sword Emperor did not dodge. The rolling power of the sword Wei fused into the black, sacred sword. A sword light that was dozens of feet long, like a black dragon, flew out and slashed at Yi Qinfeng's shocking sword. Kathy 2 sword techniques collided. The sword light of the dragon spine sacred sword was constantly shattered. The sword light that was like a black dragon let out a chilling roar as it ruthlessly attacked Yi Qinfeng, wanting to shatter him. Universe sword formation. Universe strike. Yi Qinfeng's expression changed slightly. The 81 universe swords turned into a universe giant sword. With the pressure of the Great Way, it blocked the sword light that was like a black dragon. After that attack, the Sword Emperor continued to attack. The sword light that was like a black dragon constantly slashed out, leaving sword scars in the air and pressuring Yi Qinfeng. Young Master Yi, be careful. This seemed to be the strongest move that the Sword Emperor had created back then. Its power was comparable to a mid-grade saint skill. When Yi Qinfeng was attacked by the Sword Emperor, Marquis Qianming immediately recognized the origin of this move and transmitted his voice to Yi Qinfeng. Mid-grade, Saint Skill Yi Qinfeng raised his eyebrows. He was very interested in this move. He controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce, wanting to imprint the attack trajectory of this move into his Sea of Soul. While Yi Qinfeng was trying to deduce, his attacks were completely countered by the Sword Emperor. However, in the universe realm, Yi Qinfeng was not afraid of anyone. He constantly used the power of the universe realm and merged it into his body to increase his attack and defense, blocking the Sword Emperor's attacks. Under the God-Eater brain's deduction, multiple sword trajectories appeared in Yi Qinfeng's Sea of Soul. However, it would still take some time to deduce a complete sword trajectory. The battle became more and more intense. The Sword Emperor used all of his skills to attack, forcing Yi Qinfeng to retreat. The space of the universe realm was riddled with holes from his ferocious attacks. However, under the isolation of the universe realm power, the Sword Emperor could not injure Yi Qinfeng at all. As time went on, the sword soul that controlled the Sword Emperor's body became weaker and weaker. Slowly, Yi Qinfeng managed to deduce the true essence of the Black Dragon Sword. A prototype of this move appeared in his Sea of Soul. Just as Yi Qinfeng and the Sword Emperor were fighting fiercely in the universe realm, trying to perfect the Black Dragon Sword, danger descended upon the Zhou Manor. After learning of Dong Yuqi's death, Dong Bo fell into a rage. He asked 2 Dong clan's great ancestors to investigate. After a series of investigations, they basically confirmed the murderer and came to the Zhou Manor. Mobile reading site, book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the Save button below to record this book. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1252. Patriarch Dongha, may I know why you have come to visit my Zhou clan? Zhou Shanlong asked in a low voice. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement test. Zhou Shanlong, I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Hand over the real culprit who killed Yuqi and let us take him away. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your Zhou family. Dong Bo's blood-red eyes were filled with dense killing intent as he coldly warned. Dong Yuqi was dead. Hearing Dong Bo's words, the faces of Zhou Shanlong and the others changed slightly, revealing looks of shock. Dong Yuqi was Dong Bo's favorite son and the future hope of the Dong clan. If his death was really related to the Zhou clan, it would lead to a series of serious consequences. Zhou Shanlong, don't play dumb with me. Hand over the murderer, Dong Bo ordered, suppressing the anger in his heart. Patriarch Dongha, I don't know what happened, but my Zhou clan doesn't have your son's murderer. Although Zhou Shanlong guessed that Dong Yuqi's death was most likely related to Yi Qinfeng, he wouldn't hand over Yi Qinfeng. Zhou Shanlong, do you think you can look down on my Dongha clan just because someone is backing your Zhou clan? If you don't hand over the murderer, I will destroy you first. An old man in linen robes with a face full of wrinkles, standing behind Dong Bo, widened his eyes slightly. Beams of dazzling light shot out from his eyes like cold swords, piercing through the hearts of Zhou Shanlong and the others. He threatened. You're right. Nirvana almighty figure sensing the strength of the linen-robed old man. Zhou Shanlong and the others were shocked. They didn't expect that Dongha Yuchi's death would draw out the patriarch of the Dongha clan who had been in seclusion for many years. Zhou Shanlong, our patience is limited. Moreover, we can confirm that Yuchi's death is related to Yi Qinfeng. So, I advise you to hand him over. Don't let your Zhou clan fall into eternal damnation because of an outsider. Another gray-robed elder spoke slowly. Like the linen-robed elder, he was one of the two pillars of the Eastern River clan and Nirvana Mortal Realm Almighty. Grandfather, what happened? Just as Zhou Shanlong and the others were at a loss after being intimidated by the two grand elders of the Eastern River clan, Zhou Tianyi and Zhou Shui, who had heard the commotion, appeared. Seeing the two of them, Dong Habo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He asked in a chilling voice, "Tell me, is Yuchi's death related to you two?" Thump hearing Dong Habo's question, Zhou Tianyi and Zhou Tianyi's hearts pounded wildly. A trace of panic appeared in their eyes, and Dong Habo caught it. So it was you guys. Catching sight of the abnormality in Zhou Tianyi and his companion's eyes, a surge of killing intent that soared to the heavens was emitted from his body. In a flash, he charged toward Zhou Tianyi and his companion, wanting to kill them to vent his anger first. Flash Zhou Shanlong's expression changed drastically when he saw Dong Habo's sudden attack. He quickly stood in front of Zhou Tianyi and Zhou Tianyi, who had turned pale with fright. "Die!" Bo East River roared, and a terrifying beast appeared around him. He punched out, and his terrifying soul power erupted, transforming into a terrifying beast that wanted to smash Zhou Shanlong to pieces. Theurgy tyrannical kick in this moment of crisis. Zhou Shanlong used a theurgy that he had just comprehended and had yet to fully grasp. A giant foot filled with terrifying power stepped into the air, colliding head-on with Dong Habo's beast shadow. Boom! A deafening sound of thunder rang out, forming a billowing storm that swept towards Dong Habo and Zhou Shanlong. Relying on his absolute strength, Dong Habo resisted the recoil of the attack, but Zhou Shanlong was forced back again and again, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. "I didn't expect an ant like you to be able to block my attack." "What a surprise!" Dong Habo revealed a look of surprise after forcing Zhou Shanlong back with one strike. However, he didn't slow down his attack. His body flashed, and he flew toward Zhou Shanlong, continuing to attack. Boom! Another loud sound rang out from the Zhou manor. After taking Dong Habo's attack head-on, Zhou Shanlong violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a kite with its string cut, he flew through the air in a beautiful arc before crashing heavily onto the ground. Grandfather, seeing Zhou Shanlong heavily injured, Zhou Tianyi and Zhou Shui's hearts tightened. They immediately ran over to check on his injuries. "All of you die." Dong Habo summoned an ancient Tao-level treasure, a square seal with a carp on it. He controlled the square seal to grow larger and larger, unleashing a destructive power that crushed down on Zhou Shanlong and the others. He wanted to kill them all in one fell swoop. Suddenly, a stalwart figure appeared before the ashen faces of Zhou Shanlong and the others. He swung a fist the size of a bowl and punched the square seal of the Gudao treasure. The terrifying power behind his punch sent the Dongha clan's treasure, the mountain water seal, flying back. Who was this? Dong Habo's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the stalwart figure that had repelled the mountain water seal with a single punch and saved Zhou Shanlong and the others. The smiles on the faces of the two Dongha clan grand elders also stiffened at the sight of this figure. Grave expressions appeared on their faces. "I'm your grandpa, Chaos." The Chaos mythological beast opened his mouth, and his voice was like a muffled drum. How bold! The two Dongha clan grand elders exchanged a glance before summoning a supreme-grade Tao spear. The spears surged through the void like two endless rivers, piercing toward the Chaos mythological beast. Chaotic 5 elemental, light the Chaos mythological beast roared and spat out a large amount of Chaotic 5 elemental light. The Chaotic 5 elemental light blasted through the air, shattering the attacks of the two Dongha clan grand elders and forcing them back. The two Dongha clan grand elders were even more shocked after being forced back by the chaos mythological beast. They both ignited their powerful bloodline power and raised their strength to the limit. They continuously unleashed their killing moves toward the chaos mythological beast. Die. The chaos mythological beast unleashed all of its power. Under the horrified gazes of the two Dongha clan grand elders, it transformed into its most powerful battle form. It unleashed over 100 million kilograms of power and swung the ancient bronze coffin that had been refined by Yi Qinfeng to become a quasi-saint artifact. It was as if it was swinging a towering mountain. It directly shattered the attacks of the two Dongha clan grand elders and smashed toward the gray-robed elder. There was an earth-shattering boom. The gray-robed elder from Nirvana was smashed into a meat patty by the quasi-saint artifact ancient bronze coffin. The ground beneath him caved in more than 10 meters under the impact of the ancient bronze coffin. Ancestral Patriarch Donghabo and the others were deeply shocked when they saw the gray-robed elder being smashed into meat paste by the chaos mythological beast. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Zhou Shanlong and the others were also shocked by the chaos mythological beast's strength and began to guess its identity. Go to hell, all of you bastards. The chaos mythological beast smashed one person to death with each coffin. It attacked the gray-robed elder with a terrifying aura, wanting to kill him again. Retreat. The gray-robed elder, Donghabo, and the others didn't dare to stay any longer after experiencing the terror of the chaos mythological beast. They wanted to leave the Zhou clan as soon as possible and slowly take their revenge in the future. Since you're here, why don't you all stay? Yi Qinfeng's voice suddenly sounded. After the God-Eater brain's repeated calculations, Yi Qinfeng, who had basically deduced the Black Dragon of Absolutes, left the universe realm and appeared outside the Zhou clan mansion. He stopped Donghabo and the others who were preparing to leave. Mobile reading site, book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record your reading history. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1253. You finally came out. Let me ask you, did you kill my son? Donghabo's expression changed slightly when he saw Yi Qinfeng and Ling Yu blocking their path. He glared at them furiously and questioned them with gritted teeth. That's right. I was the one who killed Dongha Yuchi. Yi Qinfeng nodded and admitted it. Good. It's best that you admit it. You killed my son and that grand elder of my East River clan. Someone will seek justice for my East River clan, Donghabo said coldly. If it weren't for the shocking scene of the divine beast of chaos smashing the old man to death, Donghabo would have lost control of his murderous intent and attacked Yi Qinfeng. The corners of Yi Qinfeng's mouth slightly curled up as he said with a murderous look, "Who do you think will give justice to a few dead people?" Yi Qinfeng, I'm warning you. Our Dongha clan has a close relationship with Lei Chuanwang and Lei Ming. If you dare to hurt us, the Thunder clan will avenge us. Sensing the murderous intent in Yi Qinfeng's eyes, Donghabo felt very uneasy. He immediately used the Thunder clan to pressure Yi Qinfeng. Donghabo, I have to say that your Dongha clan is too uninformed. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, You have two big backers. I killed one and cut off the other's legs. They can't save you. What? Hearing this, Donghabo and the others felt like they were struck by lightning. Their minds went blank and they froze on the spot. No, this can't be true. I won't believe your nonsense. Donghabo shook his head and said, Whether it's true or not, you can ask Lei Ming when you go to hell. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng summoned the ancient map fragment, enveloping the dozen or so experts of the Eastern River clan within it, not giving them a chance to escape. Divine beast of chaos, end this quickly and kill them all. After controlling the ancient map fragment to trap Dong Habo and the others, Yi Qinfeng, the spirit fish, and the divine beast of chaos immediately attacked them and fought fiercely with them inside the ancient map fragment. On the brink of death, Dong Habo and the others' potential was completely stimulated. They did their best to defend themselves. Unfortunately, Yi Qinfeng and the other two's attacks were too terrifying, especially Yi Qinfeng and the Chaos Divine Beast. They were all experts who could fight against Nirvana's almighties. Dong Habo and the others couldn't withstand their attacks at all. In less than 10 breaths of time, one expert after another from the East River clan died under the ferocious attacks of Yi Qinfeng and the others. Only the linen-robed elder and the blood-soaked East River Bo were left. "Stop, stop! We know we're wrong. Please let us go." Under the threat of death, Dong Habo was terrified. He had no choice but to lower his noble head and beg for mercy. "Too late," Yi Qinfeng coldly said. Fusing the power of his 5 acupuncture points, he continuously unleashed a force of 100 million jin, destroying Dong Habo's defenses. Then he punched Dong Habo's chest. Cracked Dong Habo's sternum shattered. The terrifying power directly penetrated Dong Habo's body. A large amount of blood, mixed with pieces of his internal organs, spurted out of his mouth. He was on the verge of death. Dong Habo was severely injured by Yi Qinfeng's punch. When he was on the verge of death, the spirit fish kicked him in the back with a force of 100 million jin. The terrifying power penetrated his body, crushing his heart and killing him with a single kick. Blood escape. Witnessing the scene of Dong Habo's death, the linen-robed elder fell into a panic. He didn't hesitate to burn all the blood and qi in his body to use blood escape to escape. Stun art. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng's terrifying soul power blasted into the linen-robed elder's sea of soul. The elder's sea of soul trembled, and his reaction was slightly delayed. By the time he regained his senses, the Chaos Divine Beast had already raised the ancient bronze coffin high up in the air. It came crashing down like Mount Tai. The coffin smashed into him, and his entire body turned into a bloody mist. He died on the spot. After domineeringly killing Dong Habo, the linen-robed elder, and the others, Yi Qinfeng immediately released the heaven-burning sacred flame, melting their corpses and taking away their belongings. He also removed the ancient map fragment that restricted the Zhou family mansion. Young Master Yi, you really killed them. After witnessing the scene of Yi Qinfeng killing Dong Habo and the others, Zhou Shanlong was deeply shocked. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Deep worry grew in his heart. He was worried that this matter would lead to a series of terrifying consequences. Zhou family head, you don't need to worry. I will take care of all the consequences. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said disapprovingly, No, young Master Yi, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that. Zhou Shanlong was afraid that Yi Qinfeng would misunderstand, so he hurriedly explained. Zhou family head, I'll leave the cleanup to you. If you don't want to cause unnecessary trouble, you can seal off the news. As long as there is no evidence, the Thunder Clan cannot do anything to us. After he finished speaking, Yi Qinfeng brought the Chaos God Beast and the Spirit Fish back to the Western Court. He re-entered the universe mirror and arrived at the Sword Sovereign's side, suppressed by the power of the universe. Tearing open the Sword Sovereign's golden dragon robes, Yi Qinfeng saw a hexagonal crystal around the Sword Sovereign's neck. It was pitch black, without a trace of luster. As for the mysterious sword soul that controlled the Sword Sovereign's body, it was hidden within the hexagonal crystal. Bronze sword soul, devour! With a thought from Yi Qinfeng, the bronze sword soul flew out and submerged into the hexagonal crystal, forcefully devouring the sword soul hidden within. After the fierce battle with Yi Qinfeng, the sword soul that controlled the Sword Sovereign's body was incomparably weak. It simply couldn't resist the bronze sword soul's attacks, and its soul body was slowly shattered. As the bronze sword soul devoured, the bronze sword soul's power grew stronger. It completely defeated the bronze sword soul in the hexagonal crystal and devoured it completely. After devouring the bronze sword soul that the sword sovereign condensed back then, Yi Qinfeng's bronze sword soul continued to transform. The sword Dao patterns in the sword soul increased. Finally, after about a day of transformation, Yi Qinfeng's bronze sword soul finally completed its transformation. The sword Dao patterns in the soul body increased from 120 to 180. On the surface of the bronze sword soul, there was a layer of faint white light. Although the white light was very faint, it made Yi Qinfeng reveal a look of pleasant surprise. Once the bronze sword soul completely transformed into a silver sword soul, the bronze sword soul would transform into a silver sword soul. The sword soul's power would increase by dozens of times. Although the bronze sword soul had begun to transform, Yi Qinfeng knew that it would take a long time for the sword soul to transform into a silver sword soul. This emperor's robe was also a treasure. It was probably a low-grade saint artifact. Yi Qinfeng took off the sword sovereign's golden dragon robe that had been immortal for tens of thousands of years and was a low-grade saint artifact. He placed the sword sovereign's corpse back into the ancient bronze coffin. Senior, Junior is truly sorry for disturbing Senior's rest. However, Senior can rest assured that Junior will not disgrace Senior's treasure. After a period of time, Junior will find a new place with good feng shui and rebury Senior's corpse. After taking away the sword sovereign's golden dragon robe and black dragon's sacred sword, Yi Qinfeng bowed deeply to the corpse and placed it back into the ancient bronze coffin. Bang! The moment the sword sovereign's corpse was placed back into the ancient bronze coffin, it suddenly exploded and turned into ashes. Yi Qinfeng sealed the ancient coffin again and bowed deeply to it 3 times. He began to cultivate in seclusion in the universe realm. He wanted to fully understand the black dragon absolute sword imprinted in the God Devourer's mind. Mobile reading site. Book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Collect button at the bottom to record your reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1254. Time passed day by day. Although the Zhou family tried their best to block the news of Dong Hebo and the others dying in the Zhou mansion still spread like the wind, causing an uproar in the Azure Thunder County. Just as the low-key Zhou family was pushed to the edge of the waves, the master of the Earth Yin sect, Yin Ruashi, accompanied by 2 old men in black, arrived at the Zhou mansion. Master Yin, why are you here? Zhou Shanlong didn't know about the deal between Yi Qinfeng and Yin Ruashi, so he was surprised to see her here. He politely invited her into the Zhou mansion. Master Zhou, I'm here today to visit young Master Yi. Yin Ruashi smiled and explained her purpose. Young Master Yi has been in seclusion, so we don't dare to disturb him. Zhou Shanlong had already guessed the purpose of Yin Ruashi's visit, so he said awkwardly, It's okay, we can wait. Yin Ruashi didn't mind and said softly, No need to wait. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the hall. Yi Qinfeng's remnant soul in the Zhou mansion sensed the arrival of Yin Ruashi and the others, and immediately came out of seclusion. Have you gathered everything on the prescription? Yi Qinfeng glanced at Yin Ruashi, who was wearing a tight black dress and exuding an invisible charm like a ripe peach, and said lightly, I've gathered everything except the 3 suns grass. Yin Ruashi slowly stood up, revealing a charming smile, and said softly, But I'm here today for something else. She had heard about what happened to the Zhou family a while ago, but she didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so ruthless that he killed Dong Hebo and the 2 grand elders of the Donghe clan. What surprised her even more was that this matter caused an uproar. The Donghe clan even reported what happened to their family to the Thunder clan, asking the Thunder clan to seek justice for them. But until now, the Zhou family hadn't been punished by the Thunder clan, which made her curious about Yi Qinfeng's identity. What's the matter? Yi Chinfeng looked at Yin Ruashi's charming face and said without a trace of emotion, I am here today to invite young master to attend the auction in Golden Thunder City in 5 days. Yin Ruashi explained. Yi Chinfeng's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of interest. He asked, I wonder what the scale of this auction is like. Don't worry, young Master Yi. I know you have high standards. How would I dare to invite you to an ordinary auction? Yin Ruashi wanted to get closer to Yi Chinfeng, so she lowered her attitude and spoke with a pleasant voice. Can I bring 3 more people with me? Yi Chinfeng asked. Of course. The Earth Yin sect was the 4th largest power in the Thunder region. They had an extremely deep background. They could easily obtain a mere 4 spots. All right, we will arrive at the Golden Thunder City in 4 days. Yi Chinfeng nodded and said, Then we will be waiting for young Master Yi in Golden Thunder City. After she finished speaking, Yin Ruashi didn't stay for long. She left under the respectful escort of Zhou Shanlong and the others. Golden Thunder City was one of the large cities under the jurisdiction of the Thunder clan. It was also a famous trading city in the Thunder territory. Because of the upcoming auction, Golden Thunder City had become unprecedentedly lively. From time to time, one could see the silhouettes of Nirvana Realm Masters roaming the streets. It was so lively. This Golden Thunder City was worthy of being the symbolic city of the Thunder region. It was much more prosperous than Yizhou City. Walking on the noisy street, Zhou Tianyi revealed a trace of excitement. On the other hand, Zhou Shui was much calmer. She silently followed behind Yi Chinfeng, constantly sizing up Yi Chinfeng. She felt that he was unfathomable. His figure was imprinted in the depths of her soul. Let's go to the market and see if there are any treasures to be found. There was still 1 day before the auction began. Yi Chinfeng didn't go to the residence arranged by the Earth Yin sect to rest. Instead, he took Zhou Tianyi and the others to the bustling market. There were so many people in the market. When they arrived at the market, Zhou Tianyi saw that the market was crowded. Every stall was filled with people. It wasn't easy to squeeze in. However, Yi Chinfeng didn't squeeze in. Instead, he extended the soul force of his God-Eater brain to each stall and sifted through the treasures. Let's go over there and take a look. After walking for a while, Yi Chinfeng's eyes lit up. He took Zhou Tianyi and the others to the northwest. There was a stall with strange crystals. Boss, how much is this crystal? Yi Chinfeng picked up a fist-sized gray stone with a bumpy surface. It looked ordinary. He controlled his God-Eater brain to sense it and asked, The hidden stones in my stall are 100,000 top-grade soul crystals each. No bargaining. An old man in a gray robe with wrinkles on his face and a shrewd look in his round eyes slightly raised his eyelids and said in a hoarse voice, Why are these hidden stones so expensive? 100,000 top-grade soul crystals were equivalent to 10 million top-grade soul crystals. Zhou Tianyi couldn't help but gasp when he heard the price. What does a kid know? There may be amazing treasures hidden in these hidden stones. The value of those treasures is definitely more than 100,000 top-grade soul crystals. The old man in gray said in a hoarse voice, I'll buy these 3 stones. Here are 300,000 top-grade soul crystals. Yi Chinfeng took out a universe ring and gave it to the old man in gray. He picked up 3 seemingly ordinary hidden stones and was about to leave. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted into the noses of Yi Chinfeng and the others. A tall and slender woman in an emerald green silk dress came to the stall. She had a perfect oval face, delicate facial features, and an elegant temperament. She stared at the hidden stones in the stall with her bright eyes. When Zhou Tianyi saw the lady in green, he was immediately attracted by her beauty and couldn't help himself. Boss, how much are these crystals? The lady in green looked at the hidden stones in the stall and asked, 100,000 top-grade soul crystals each, the old man in gray said. So expensive? The lady in green frowned slightly and hesitated. Miss, if you are willing to give me the 3 sungrass in your universe ring, I will help you choose a hidden stone that suits you. Yi Qinfeng glanced at the universe ring on the slender finger of the green-dressed woman as he slowly said, How? How do you know I have the 3 sungrass? The lady in green's face changed slightly and looked at Yi Qinfeng with vigilance. As for the 4 white-haired old men who followed the green-dressed woman, they also revealed intense hostility. Waves of terrifying auras were emitted from their aged bodies as they locked onto Yi Qinfeng. Miss, don't be angry. My big brother has no ill intentions. Zhou Tiany's face changed slightly when he felt the hostility in the eyes of the lady in green and the others. He quickly said, That's right, I have no ill intentions. You won't lose out if you trade with me. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said with a calm expression, You can really see through these hidden stones? The old man in gray's turbid eyes shot out rays of light as he wanted to see through Yi Qinfeng. The storage stone was a very special stone in the Lightning Dominion. It contained treasures, but the storage stone contained a mysterious power. Even a Nirvana, heavenly realm expert, wouldn't be able to penetrate the storage stone with their soul and sense the truth of the stone. Forget it. If you don't want to trade, let's go. Yi Qinfeng didn't answer the old man in gray. He was about to leave with Zhou Tiany, and the others were looking at the lady in green. Wait, if you can cut something that interests me from the hidden stone, I will give you the 3 sungrass. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng didn't hesitate and was about to leave, the lady in green bit her lips and suddenly shouted, Okay, deal. Yi Qinfeng stopped walking and immediately agreed with a faint smile on his face. Mobile reading site, book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button below to record this reading record. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1255. This stone is the most valuable among all the stones, and the treasure inside is also the most suitable for you. The woman in the green dress gave 100,000 soul crystals to the gray-clothed old man as if she was making a bet. Yi Qinfeng helped her pick out the smallest one among the many hidden stones. It was completely grayish-brown in color and looked extremely inconspicuous. Are you sure this stone contains treasures? Looking at the egg-sized stone that Yi Qinfeng picked out for her, the green-dressed woman was doubtful. She regretted her rashness and believed Yi Qinfeng so easily. That's right, the treasure in this stone is definitely suitable for you. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said without hesitation, Kid, I advise you not to lie to the Nangong family, or else I promise you will regret it. An elder behind the green-dressed woman warned coldly. Nangong family, after knowing the identity of the green-dressed woman and the others. The crowd couldn't help but gasp. Zhou Tiany, who had been looking at the green-dressed woman, was even more shocked. The Nangong family strength was even more terrifying than the earthly Yin sect. There were 2 Nirvana patriarchs in the family, and together with the Mirror Moon sect, they were second only to the Lei clan in the Lightning region. No one can make me regret. Yi Qinfeng's pupil shrank as he looked at the elder coldly and said, You can't either. You. The Nangong elder's expression changed as his old body emitted a strong murderous aura. The conflict between Yi Qinfeng and the Nangong family attracted a lot of attention. More people looked at Yi Qinfeng with ridicule. They didn't believe that he could see through the stone that even the Nirvana, heavenly realm cultivators, couldn't see through. 5th elder, don't be angry. Let me cut open this stone first. Looking at the calm and fearless Yi Qinfeng, the lady in the green dress bit her lips lightly. She took out a sharp dagger from her universe ring and began to pry open the treasure-storing stone, forcefully breaking open the extremely hard shell of the treasure-storing stone. The stone shell was very hard, and it wasn't easy to break it open. However, the dagger in the green-dressed woman's hand was made of a special material. It was very hard, and with her strength, she broke open a corner of the stone shell after some effort. Then a powerful water attribute energy was released from the skinning stone. Treasure! There really is a treasure in this stone. The green-dressed woman's eyes widened as she looked at the stone that was emitting water attribute energy. Her delicate face was filled with disbelief. Not only was the green-dressed woman stunned by this scene, the gray-clothed old man who was selling the gem of concealment and the surrounding crowd were also shocked. The way they looked at Yi Qinfeng changed greatly. If I am not wrong, Miss possesses the rare ice spiritual body. Furthermore, the treasure contained within this treasure-storing stone is an ancient water-attributed spirit root. It is very suitable for Miss to cultivate. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently as he looked at the flabbergasted lady, who was unable to calm down for a long time. You can see my constitution. The green-dressed woman was even more shocked. The secret of her constitution was only known by a handful of people in the entire Thunder region. She didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to see through her constitution. Now, can you give me the 3 suns grass? Yi Qinfeng didn't reply to the green-dressed woman's question and asked faintly, Okay, this 3 suns grass is yours. Although she didn't see the true appearance of the treasure in the stone, the green-dressed woman estimated the value of the treasure from the water attribute energy of the stone. She looked at Yi Qinfeng deeply and took out a fiery red 3 suns grass from her Qinquan ring and gave it to him. Let's go. After speaking, Yi Qinfeng was about to leave with Zhou Tianyi and the others who fell in love with the green-dressed woman at first sight. Wait, how did you do it? In my memory, no one can see through the stone. The gray-robed old man grabbed Yi Qinfeng's arm and looked at him as if he was looking at a rare treasure. If Yi Qinfeng could really see through the stone, then it would be too terrifying. The gray-robed old man was very eager to know how Yi Qinfeng saw through the stone. As long as he could grasp the method, he was willing to pay any price. Blinded, Yi Qinfeng looked at the gray-robed old man whose wrinkles had completely smoothed out and said faintly, Tell me the method to see through the stone, and I can give you treasures that you can't even imagine. The gray-robed old man couldn't hide his greed and said temptingly, I said blinded. Yi Qinfeng's pupils constricted and the power in his 5 acupoints exploded. He forcefully shook off the gray-robed old man's right hand and turned to leave. Kid, since you don't want to tell me, then don't blame me for using other methods. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's back as he left, the gray-robed old man's eyes turned cold. His turbid eyes revealed a sinister look. Brother Yi, that old man won't let it go so easily. When Yi Qinfeng and the rest left, Zhou Tianyi said worriedly, It's okay, if he wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. Yi Qinfeng said faintly without a trace of worry on his face. After leaving the market, Yi Qinfeng went to the place that Yin Ruashi had arranged for them. It was a quiet courtyard to rest. When he arrived at the courtyard, Yi Qinfeng didn't see Yin Ruashi, but she had already arranged everything. After confirming Yi Qinfeng's identity, the people of the earthly Yin sect immediately invited Yi Qinfeng and the rest in. After settling in, Yi Qinfeng went to the luxurious room and set up a soundproof seal. He took out the 3 hidden stones that he had bought with 300,000 top-grade soul crystals. He used the dragon's pine sacred sword to forcefully break open the hard stone shell of the hidden stone, revealing a drop of dark gold essence blood that flickered with lightning. The God-Eater brain's senses were right. This hidden stone contained a drop of thunder rock essence blood. After cutting open the first hidden stone, Yi Qinfeng obtained a drop of thunder rock essence blood that was extremely valuable and useful to him. Then Yi Qinfeng used the dragon's pine sacred sword to cut open the second hidden stone. From the third hidden stone, he obtained a body-tempering sacred item, ancient thunder root, and an ancient hidden fruit that was over 300,000 years old and contained a huge amount of spirituality. This hidden stone was indeed magical. The value of the Thunder Rock Essence blood alone was probably more than 10 million top-grade soul crystals. Yi Qinfeng was quite satisfied with this harvest. He sucked the Thunder Rock Essence blood into his stomach and used the soul-devouring tactics to refine it, increasing his own strength and the quality of the Golden Rock bloodline. When Yi Qinfeng was refining the Golden Rock bloodline in his room until midnight, a silent figure appeared outside the courtyard. When he wanted to use his absolute strength to forcefully tear open the seal, a blurry figure appeared not far from him and said coldly, "You still came. If you want to catch me, then come with me." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng, who sensed danger in advance and appeared in time, burned his Golden Rock bloodline. Like a large bird, he tore through the pitch-black night sky and flew out of Golden Thunder City with the gray-robed old man who harbored ill intentions. Mobile reading site, book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the bookmark button at the bottom to record this book. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1256. The night was getting darker and darker. The bright moonlight shone on the forest, creating specks of stars. Brat, I find that you are quite daring. You clearly know that I want to capture you, yet you still dare to bring me here alone. It seems that you don't put me in your eyes at all. The gray-clothed old man followed Yi Qinfeng, who was flying at an extremely fast speed, and arrived at a gloomy mountain forest to the northwest of Golden Thunder City. You are right. I really don't take you seriously. Yi Qinfeng slowly turned around and looked at the gray-robed elder who was exuding killing intent calmly. Kid, don't think that you are invincible just because you have some special means. Today, I will let you know that there is always someone better than you out there. As he spoke, a terrifying force was awakened in the gray-robed elder's body, instantly shattering several thick ancient trees around him. He was like an invincible god of war, controlling Yi Qinfeng's life and death. Nirvana sensing the strength of the gray-robed elder, Yi Qinfeng still did not show any fear on his face. Although with his current strength, he was still unable to defeat the Nirvana Realm Almighty. He had too many helpers. The Nirvana Realm Almighty couldn't cause any harm to him. Kid, I am going to ask you one last time. Are you willing to tell me the method to see through the skinning stone? If not, don't blame me for capturing you, searching your soul, and refining it alive. The gray-robed elder revealed his ferocious side as he threatened. Don't waste any more time. Make your move. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Dragon's Pine sacred sword and raised it high as he replied domineeringly. Sacred weapon. You actually have a sacred weapon. Sensing the level of the Dragon's Spine sacred sword, the gray-robed elder's eyes were filled with greed. Sacred weapons were the top treasures in the Central World. The gray-robed elder had always dreamed of having one. Now that the sacred weapon was right in front of him, his killing intent intensified. Kid, no matter who you are or what your identity is, you have to die today. With that said, the gray-robed old man summoned a powerful array diagram. It sealed the entire space and trapped Yi Qinfeng within the array diagram. Then, a quasi-saint artifact, grayed long sword with a wide blade and a dragon-shaped tool pattern appeared in his hand. It turned into a cold light and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Straight Line / Yi Qinfeng did not summon any helpers. Instead, he wielded the Dragon's Spine sacred sword and faced the attack head-on. As the sword pierced out, an ear-piercing sound rang out in the air. This sword, light, seemed to have come from hell. It carried the power of death as it collided with the sword light of the gray-robed old man. Kathy, two sword lights collided with each other, and a series of explosive sounds burst out. The fiercely repulsive sword lights continued to shatter, and the sharp sword points collided with each other. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng released more than 100 million pounds of strength from his body. He wanted to rely on his strength to resist the gray-robed old man's attack. However, the strength of Nirvana's Almighty was too terrifying. The 100 million pounds of strength was unable to shake the gray-robed old man's Tao energy. The extremely hard dragon spine sacred sword's tip was forcefully bent. A powerful rebounding force passed through the dragon spine sacred sword and into Yi Qinfeng's arm, causing him to stagger back 3 steps before stabilizing his body. I didn't expect you to be able to resist my attack with your level 5 combat beast emperor strength. Seeing Yi Qinfeng being forced back by his sword, the gray-robed old man revealed a surprised expression. However, he did not slow down his attack. Instead, he suddenly accelerated and turned into an afterimage, launching a fatal attack at Yi Qinfeng. He wanted to quickly injure him and capture him alive to force out his secrets. 3 great bloodlines. Ignite facing the gray-robed old man's ferocious attack. Yi Qinfeng did not hesitate to ignite his 3 great bloodlines, greatly increasing his strength. He held the dragon spine sacred sword in his hand and faced the attack with all his strength. He wanted the gray-robed old man to determine his true strength and the gap between him and Nirvana. Buzz, buzz, buzz the lightning-like sword rays continuously attacked each other in midair. Yi Qinfeng and the gray-robed old man turned into afterimages as they fought fiercely. Although Yi Qinfeng had ignited his 3 great bloodlines, he was still unable to resist the gray-robed old man's ferocious attack and was quickly suppressed. However, Yi Qinfeng's physical defense was too terrifying. Coupled with the fact that he was wearing a quasi-sacred tool, the glazed flame profound armor, the gray-robed old man was unable to injure his body in a short period of time. Quasi-sacred tool armor. Where did this kid come from? How could the grade of his treasures be so high? Although Yi Qinfeng's attack was suppressed, the gray-robed old man became more and more alarmed as the battle went on. He guessed that Yi Qinfeng's identity was not simple. It was impossible for an ordinary person to have so many treasures that made him jealous. Cosmos Sword Formation Yi Qinfeng, who was at a complete disadvantage, formed an array with a thought. 81 cosmos swords flew out of his body and quickly condensed into a sword diagram, neutralizing the gray-robed old man's continuous attacks. These 81 top-grade Tao swords, sensing the grade of the 81 cosmos swords, the gray-robed old man's heart was in turmoil. He could not believe that Yi Qinfeng actually had so many treasures that made him jealous. Apart from being shocked, the gray-robed old man was secretly delighted. He had a feeling that if he could kill Yi Qinfeng and obtain his treasures and secrets, he would definitely be able to successfully advance to the Nirvana heavenly realm. Rumble, rumble, rumble thunderous sounds rang out from the gray-robed old man's body. In order to quickly kill Yi Qinfeng, he revealed a great trump card. He summoned a ball of extremely powerful ancient heavenly lightning and blasted it toward Yi Qinfeng. He wanted to blast open the cosmos sword formation and shatter Yi Qinfeng's body. Sky-incinerating sacred flame Yi Qinfeng did not dodge when the ancient heavenly lightning arrived. Instead, he spat out specks of sky-incinerating sacred flame to meet it. Among the 5 elements, fire countered metal. In addition, the sky-incinerating sacred flame's grade was far above the ancient heavenly lightning. When it collided with the ancient heavenly lightning, it immediately weakened the ancient heavenly lightning to the extreme. Following that, the purple beginning's sacred lightning surged out of Yi Qinfeng's body. It directly blasted through the constantly melting ancient heavenly lightning. It turned into a stream of lightning that blasted towards the gray-robed old man who was using all his strength to defend. Cosmos Sword Formation. Cosmos strike as the gray-robed old man relied on his absolute strength to resist the purple beginning's sacred lightning. Yi Qinfeng controlled the 81 cosmos swords to fuse together. They turned into a huge cosmos sword that was dozens of feet long and slashed at the gray-robed old man. Yi Qinfeng pushed the power of this strike to the extreme. Layers of air were completely torn apart. A deep sword scar appeared in the space in front of the gray-robed old man as if the entire space was about to collapse. Boom! The gray-robed old man spat out a Gudao treasure, but it was shattered by Yi Qinfeng's strike. The terrifying sword might constantly battered the gray-robed old man's body, forcing him to take 3 steps back. Without giving the gray-robed old man a chance to catch his breath, Yi Qinfeng's soul force erupted. He cast a stun technique into the gray-robed old man's sea of soul, causing him to feel slightly dizzy. Sword of Extinction Black, Dragon. While the gray-robed old man's reaction was delayed, Yi Qinfeng used the mid-grade saint skill he had learned from the Jianhuang and slashed at the gray-robed old man. As the sword slashed down, a black dragon appeared. The sky seemed to be split by the black dragon's sword radiance. A terrifying sword scar tore through layers of space, stretching more than dozens of feet. It wanted to split the gray-robed old man in half. At the critical moment, the gray-robed old man, who had come back to his senses, summoned a quasi-holy treasure-level bronze bull. He spat 2 mouthfuls of essence blood into the bronze bull. He controlled the bronze bull to grow continuously like an awakened ancient beast. It trampled on space and directly shattered Yi Qinfeng's Black Dragon of Absolutes, breaking Yi Qinfeng's killing move. Mobile reading home. Book address. In order to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. You can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1257. Vajra Bronze Bull, kill him for me. The gray-robed elder took a deep breath and condensed the metal, wind, and death Dao diagrams. He controlled the 3 Dao diagrams to inject a large amount of Dao will into the Vajra Bronze Bull, increasing its attack power and launching a fatal attack on Yi Qinfeng. Luo Han belled the Vajra Bronze Bull, turned into a dazzling golden light, and crashed over. Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the Luo Han bell to block in front of him, blocking the fatal collision of the Vajra Bronze Bull. Buzz! The 2 quasi-holy treasures collided with each other like 2 meteorites colliding. The sound of clouds breaking and stones breaking erupted. The terrifying power directly razed the forest within a 1-mile radius to the ground. I'd like to see how many treasures you have, but no matter how many treasures you have, they won't be able to save your life. The gray-robed elder controlled the Vajra Bronze Bull to attack with all his strength. The terrifying impact made the Luo Han bell let out a loud sound, bringing great pressure to Yi Qinfeng. 9 Flood Dragon diagram. Seeing that the Luo Han bell in front of him couldn't withstand the all-out attack of the Vajra Bronze Bull, Yi Qinfeng summoned the middle-grade Sacred Treasure 9 Flood Dragon diagram. The next moment, the Life and Death Dao diagram, the Heaven and Earth Dao diagram, the 5 Elements Dao diagram, and the Sword Dao diagram appeared on his body, releasing a large number of Dao patterns and injecting them into the 9 Flood Dragon diagram, increasing its attack power. Of the 4 Dao diagrams, 3 of them were the most profound fusion Dao diagrams. How did he do it? The gray-robed elder's eyes widened as he looked at the 4 Dao diagrams that appeared on Yi Qinfeng's body. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. He had lived for 20,000 years and cultivated to nirvana, but he had only cultivated 3 Dao diagrams. Yi Qinfeng was only a 5th-grade combat beast emperor, but he had cultivated 4 Dao diagrams. These 4 Dao diagrams were many times more profound than the Dao diagrams that he had cultivated. The Sword Dao diagram, which was filled with nearly 200 Sword Dao patterns, shocked the gray-robed elder even more. It made him wonder if Yi Qinfeng was the reincarnation of an old monster. Otherwise, with his age and strength, how could he cultivate Dao will to such an extent? 9 Flood Dragon diagram. Destroy. Yi Qinfeng controlled the 9 Flood Dragon diagram to continue attacking the gray-robed elder. He wanted to use the power of the middle grade, sacred treasure to severely injure him. Sky Splitter at the critical moment. The gray-robed old man summoned a quasi-sage treasure. It was a dark green longbow with 2 beast heads embedded in it. He quickly pulled the bowstring and used all the Tao energy in his body as an arrow to shoot at the 9 flood dragon spirits that were attacking him. Under the attack of the powerful dark green arrows, the 9 Jiao dragon spirits, formed by the 9 Jiao dragon diagram, were continuously damaged. In the end, the Jiao dragon spirits were killed by the gray-robed old man and exploded in midair. Sword Puppet, Chaos Divine Beast, Marquis Qianming, come out quickly! Yi Qinfeng didn't dare to be careless after seeing the attack of the bow of Sky Splitter's extreme kill. He quickly summoned 3 helpers and attacked the gray-robed elder. What? He even has a spatial treasure? Who is this guy? The moment the sword puppet and the others appeared, the gray-robed elder's heart was in turmoil. The killing intent in his eyes was immediately replaced by shock. He never expected that Yi Qinfeng's foundation was so deep that he even had a spatial treasure. He immediately wanted to retreat. Ancient map fragment. Restriction while the gray-robed elder was bewildered. Yi Qinfeng summoned the ancient map fragment and controlled it to restrict the entire void, not giving him a chance to escape. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng and the other 3 held their respective treasures and attacked the gray-robed elder. They worked together to attack and kill him. Bow of Sky Splitter, Vajra Bronze Bull, destroy! Yi Qinfeng and the other 3 attacked. The gray-robed elder, who smelled a strong sense of danger, controlled the 3 Tao diagrams to continuously inject soul power into the 2 quasi-holy treasures. He controlled the 2 quasi-holy treasures to attack Yi Qinfeng. When the Vajra Bronze Bull, which was constantly growing in size, came crashing down like a towering mountain, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the 9 flood dragon diagram to trap the Vajra Bronze Bull and controlled the 9 flood dragon spirits to suppress it within the 9 flood dragon diagram. The extremely destructive Sky Splitter arrows that pierced through space were blocked by the sword puppet with its indestructible body. Blocking the Sky Splitter arrows with its body? Is this guy human? Seeing the sword puppet ignore the Sky Splitter arrows and approach him, the gray-robed elder's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. At this moment, he felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He regretted robbing Yi Qinfeng and putting him in the greatest danger of his life. However, he knew that he had no way out. If he couldn't kill his way out of the siege, he would probably die here. When he wanted to retreat and was ready to break out of the siege with all his strength, the Chaos Divine Beast lifted the ancient bronze coffin high up and smashed it down fiercely, as if it was swinging a towering mountain. The terrifying power forced the gray-robed elder to dodge with all his strength. 3 heads, 6 arms, while the gray-robed elder was dodging, Marquis Qianming, who had broken through to Nirvana, approached him and transformed into the ultimate form of 3 heads and 6 arms. He held 6 heavy weapons and launched a tide-like attack to suppress his attack. You are from the Qilin divine nation. Looking at the Marquis of Qianming, who had transformed into a 3-headed and 6-armed form, the gray-robed old man misunderstood their identity and shouted loudly, I have met the Qilin divine nation's divine emperor once. Can you let me go for the sake of the divine emperor? As long as you let me go, I am willing to exchange the 3 treasures for my life. No need to go through so much trouble. If we kill you, everything you have will be ours. Yi Qinfeng was unmoved. He lent the quasi-sage treasure Fallen Soul Bell to Marquis Qianming and the dragon's pine sword to the sword puppet. He ordered them to attack with all their strength to kill the gray-robed elder. You really want to fight to the death with me? Let me tell you, if you push I too far, I will die with you. He won't be able to resist the fierce attacks of the sword puppet. The gray-robed elder's expression changed slightly as he warned angrily, Use all your means, or you won't have this chance. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng multitasked. He controlled the god-eating brain to deduce the great Tao sound and played the ancient underworld song to attack the gray-robed elder soul. so that he couldn't resist the fatal attacks of the sword puppet. Okay, you forced me to do this. In a desperate situation, the gray-robed elder also began to fight with all his might. He quickly took out a pitch-black, chalcedony-shaped crystal and swallowed it directly into his stomach. In the next moment, he burned his lifespan at all costs. Using his life force as a guide, he detonated the black crystal in his stomach. With the help of the burning life force and the energy released by the black crystal, the gray-robed elder's strength rose steadily. He reached the limit of the Nirvana realm and was only a step away from the Nirvana heavenly realm. His body was also constantly twisting under the impact of the surging power in his body. Disgusting bumps appeared on his body. Die with I. The gray-robed elder didn't have much lifespan to begin with. Now that he burned his remaining life force, he basically cut off his life force. At the moment of his death, he fell into a frenzy and was ready to drag Yi Qin-feng and the others to hell and kill them all. Mobile reading site, book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button below to record this reading record. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1258. The sky-piercing bow could kill all living things. His strength had increased by several times, reaching the limit of nirvana. The gray-robed old man poured his Tao power into the sky-piercing bow and quickly drew the bow to shoot arrows, killing Yi Qin-feng and the others. Uft! When the divine beast of chaos held the ancient bronze coffin and blocked several sky-piercing arrows, a powerful force passed through the ancient bronze coffin and into its body, injuring it. A large amount of blood spurted out from its mouth. Chaos, come back! When the divine beast of chaos was injured, Yi Qin-feng immediately teleported it into the Qianquan realm to prevent it from being injured even more. The Marquis of Qianming used the fallen soul bell to block the sky-piercing arrows for a short period of time. However, the number of arrows shot by the crazed, gray-robed old man was too many, constantly shaking the fallen soul bell, causing the Marquis of Qianming to bear a huge pressure. Just as the gray-robed old man used his last resort to use the sky-piercing bow to bring a fatal threat to Yi Qin-feng and the others, Yi Qin-feng summoned the quasi-sage treasure, the golden-winged feather. He drew a dazzling golden light in the chaotic void and relied on his absolute speed to dodge the sky-piercing arrows that pierced through the void, approaching the gray-robed old man, courting death. When the gray-robed old man saw that Yi Qin-feng dared to approach him, he immediately controlled the 3 Tao diagrams to restrict the space and suppress Yi Qin-feng, wanting to kill him in one fell swoop. You can't kill me. Yi Qin-feng raised his arm, and a small ball of black blood that emitted a strange aura flew out and stuck to the sky-piercing bow. In the next moment, under the influence of the black blood, the power of the sky-piercing bow plummeted. The sky-piercing arrows shot out were no longer a threat to Yi Qin-feng and the others. Black blood, this is the black blood. The black blood was the nemesis of all treasures. After the sky-piercing bow was tainted by the black blood, it lost its power, and the Vajra bronze bull was suppressed by the 9 flood dragon diagram. After losing these 2 quasi-sage treasures, the gray-robed old man's combat power was greatly reduced. Chaos divine beast, come out! With a thought, Yi Qin-feng summoned the divine beast of chaos once again. Together with the Marquis of Qianming and the sword puppet, they launched a fatal attack at the gray-robed elder. Die! The gray-clothed old man didn't accept his fate. Even though he was continuously attacked by Yi Qin-feng and the others, he didn't dodge. Instead, he counterattacked with all his strength. He wanted to drag down a few people before he died. Under his all-out attack, the space was split open by his sword. The sword light crushed the attacks launched by Yi Qin-feng and the others like a hot knife through butter and slashed toward Yi Qin-feng. Seeing Yi Qin-feng being struck by the sword puppet quickly stood in front of Yi Qin-feng and used its body to block the sword. Gu Jianga, Sword Heart connected to the moon, seizing this opportunity. Yi Qinfeng exploded with all his strength and broke through the powerful recoil. He leaped into the air and held the black dragon, sacred sword that had fused with the bronze sword soul as he executed his killer move. As he slashed out with his sword, a sword light that was like a mountain was branded with the mark of the Grand Tao that multiplied, and it emanated boundless Tao insight pressure that shattered everything. It mixed together with the terrifying tune of the Grand Tao as it fiercely slashed towards the gray, clothed old man's head. Sensing the terrifying power of Yi Qinfeng's sword, the gray-robed elder instinctively dodged to the side. But at this moment, the divine beast of chaos and the Marquis of Qianming appeared beside him, restricting his movements. He had no choice but to face Yi Qinfeng's sword heart connected to the moon head-on. Puff! The terrifying power of the sword Tao mixed with 200 million kilograms of power passed through the quasi-sage sword and into the gray-robed elder's body, aggravating his injuries. A large amount of blood spurted out from his mouth as his entire body kept retreating. Chaotic five elements light true Kylan seal when the gray-robed elder lost control of his body. The divine beast of chaos and the sword puppet both executed their killer moves and attacked his body continuously. They broke through his body's defense and attacked his old body until it was badly mutilated. Break! His injuries kept worsening, but the gray-robed elder still didn't retreat. He relied on his absolute strength to break through the attacks launched by Yi Qinfeng and the others. He mobilized the last of his strength and fought back with all his strength. Buzz! The chaotic void trembled for a moment. The sword puppet and the dragon spine's sacred sword fused together and turned into a sacred sword that could split the heaven and earth. With a terrifying sword momentum, the sword split open the void. It was as if the Milky Way was flowing backward, twisting time and space. The sword slashed toward the gray-robed elder. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded in the void. The gray-robed elder, who was defending with all his strength, was slashed down from the sky by the sword puppet like a meteor falling to the mortal world. He smashed into the ground heavily, creating a big hole in the cracked ground. 9 dragon jade annulus, while the gray-robed elder was seriously injured. Yi Qinfeng summoned the 9 dragon jade annulus and spat a mouthful of essence blood into it. He poured almost all of his soul power into the 9 dragon jade annulus to stimulate the attack power of the jade annulus. It condensed into a murderous dragon, waving its huge body and bombarding the hole in the ground that the gray-robed elder had created. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Under the attack of the 9 dragon jade annulus, the space within a 1-mile radius collapsed. The terrifying power of the sacred weapon wildly destroyed the gray-robed elder's body. Half of his body was blasted into pieces, and he was on his last breath. After the attack of the 9 dragon jade annulus, the divine beast of chaos, the sword puppet, and the Marquis of Qianming continued to attack with their respective treasures. Under their continuous attacks, the gray-robed elder's body was blasted into pieces. He couldn't be more dead. Phew, Nirvana's powerhouses really couldn't be underestimated. After gathering everyone to kill the gray-robed elder, Yi Qinfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He had a new understanding of the strength of Nirvana's powerhouses. Let's go back. Although the ancient fragmented map had restricted the space, the destruction caused by the battle just now was too great. Yi Qinfeng took the gray-robed elder's belongings and quickly left. Not long after Yi Qinfeng left quietly, the destructive power that filled the space alerted several Nirvana realm old monsters in the Golden Thunder City. They all came to check out what was going on. When they saw that the forest within a few miles had been razed to the ground and the cracked ground had collapsed by dozens of feet, they were all stunned. A tense atmosphere filled their hearts. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng had quietly returned to his room in the ancient courtyard. He entered the Qinquan realm and checked the loot from killing the gray-robed elder. There were so many hidden stones. After breaking open the gray-robed elder's Qinquan ring, Yi Qinfeng found thousands of valuable hidden stones. In addition to the hidden stones, he also obtained 2 quasi-sage elixirs, hundreds of millions of soul crystals, tens of billions of upper soul crystals, 2 Gudao treasure, 3 supreme-grade Dao artifacts, a large number of heavenly beast demonic cores, and a stone tablet that contained a profound sword principle. Marquis Qianming, this quasi-sage sword and quasi-sage treasure Vajra bronze bull are yours. Lingyu, the sky-piercing bow, is yours. Yi Qinfeng refined the sky-piercing bow with the sky-piercing sacred fire and melted the black blood. He gave the lute to Lingyu, Marquis Qianming, and the others. He also gave a large number of heavenly beast demonic cores to the chaos divine beast, Jin Qing dragon bloodlion, and the others to increase their strength. All right, let's continue with our cultivation. After distributing the loot from killing the gray-robed elder, Yi Qinfeng placed thousands of hidden stones of different sizes in front of him. He controlled the God-Eater brain to sense them one by one, searching for any hidden treasures. This was when the God-Eater brain's amplitude reached the limit and penetrated the largest hidden stone. Yi Qinfeng was stunned. His calm face revealed a look of horror. Everyone please add Yin Lei's WeChat account, YLTY83. For every 1,000 new members, Yun Lei will update 1 chapter. Mobile reading website. Book address. To make it easier for you to read next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1259. Heartbeat. Why would there be heartbeat in the hidden stone? Yi Qinfeng used the power of the God-Eater brain to confirm multiple times. He was sure that there was a weak heartbeat in the largest hidden stone. With strong curiosity, Yi Qinfeng held the dragon's spine's sacred sword and broke open the hard stone shell of the hidden stone bit by bit. He wanted to know what kind of heart was nurtured in the hidden stone. As the stone shell was broken open, the eerie heartbeat became louder and louder. A chilling bloodline power seeped out from the hidden stone. Yi Qinfeng sensed a strong sense of danger. He had goosebumps all over his body and his heartbeat sped up. It was as though if he broke open the hidden stone, something that could endanger his life would jump out. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Although Yi Qinfeng had experienced countless life and death situations, this was the first time he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He had a feeling that once the mysterious heart in the hidden stone appeared, it would endanger his life. Forget it. I will try to unravel the secret of the hidden stone when I break through the limit of the Duhan continent and become a 1-star Tao saint. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. After hesitating for a while, Yi Qinfeng sighed helplessly and finally gave up the idea of breaking open the hidden stone. He used the power of the universal mirror to reseal it. After discovering a hidden stone that contained a huge secret, Yi Qinfeng used the power of the God-Eater brain to continue exploring the hidden stones of different shapes. However, the chances of the hidden stones containing treasures were too low. Among the more than 1,000 hidden stones that the gray-robed elder had left behind, only 9 of them contained treasures. However, the treasures contained in the 9 hidden stones were all very valuable. They were all ancient herbs that had been around for a long time, especially the resurrection grass that was over 400,000 years old and had 3 leaves. It was extremely precious. If it was circulated to the outside world, this resurrection grass could be exchanged for a real divine elixir pill. Yi Qinfeng kept the most precious soul-returning grass and gave the remaining 8 ancient herbs to the Marquis of Qianming, Lingyu, Mo Fengyun, King of Massacre, and the others. After refining a large amount of spirit pills and medicines, Mo Fengyun and the King of Slaughter had long cultivated to the limits of their cultivation. However, in order to lay the most solid foundation, They weren't in a hurry to break through. Instead, they had been suppressing their cultivation and stimulating the potential of their bodies. After cutting the 9 stones, Yi Qinfeng continued to refine the Thunder Rock's blood essence, increasing his own strength and the level of his golden rock bloodline. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Qinfeng, who had completely refined the Thunder Rock blood essence and raised the golden rock bloodline to the 5th grade, woke up from his cultivation. He returned to his room, took a bath, changed into a clean set of clothes, and walked out. At this time, Yin Ruashi and the others were already waiting in the courtyard. After meeting up with them, Yi Qinfeng's group headed to the auction venue located in the west side of Golden Thunder City. "Young Master Yi, we meet again." Just as they entered the magnificent auction venue, a sweet-sounding voice entered Yi Qinfeng's ears. Nangong Qingxue, who was wearing a snow-white silk dress that set off her tall and slender figure, had an elegant temperament. She was like an otherworldly snow lotus, accompanied by 4 elders of the Nangong family, slowly walked over with a delicate fragrance. "Qingxue, you know young Master Yi?" Looking at the beautiful Nangong Qingxue, Yin Ruashi revealed a faint smile and asked, "Hello, Sect Master Yin. I just met young Master Yi. But young Master, you did me a big favor," Nangong Qingxue said in a clear voice. "Everyone just takes what they need." Although Nangong Qingxue was beautiful, Yi Qinfeng wasn't interested in her, so he faintly replied. On the contrary, Zhou Tianyi looked at Nangong Qingxue, who was wearing light makeup, revealing a look of adoration. However, when he thought of the huge difference in status between them, he didn't dare to go up and greet her. "It seems young Master Yi is still angry with us." Nangong Qingxue smiled sweetly and said, "How about this? In this auction, my Nangong family is willing to help young Master get a treasure for you. Thank you for your good intention, but there is no need." After speaking, Yi Qinfeng didn't continue to chat with Nangong Qingxue. He slowly walked into the noisy auction hall and arrived at the independent auction room that Yin Ruashi had spent a large amount of money to rent. "Big brother, Nangong family's reputation in Lei Clan is not bad. We don't need to be too stiff with them." Zhou Tianyi was very worried that Yi Qinfeng and Nangong family's relationship would worsen, so he intentionally advised, "Tianyi, have you taken a fancy to Nangong Qingxue?" Yi Qinfeng sat on an armchair, drank a mouthful of spirit tea with dense spirit energy, and asked with a smile. "Ah." Zhou Tianyi's expression was startled. His delicate and pretty face suddenly turned red, and he stammered, not knowing how to answer. "Tianyi, a man should be indomitable, don't you even have the courage to admit it?" Yi Qinfeng looked at the slightly nervous Zhou Tianyi and faintly said, "Big brother, I have indeed fallen in love with her at first sight, but the difference in status between us is too big. I don't have the extravagant hope of being together with her." Zhou Tianyi lightly sighed. "Tianyi, let me ask you one thing. With Big Brother backing you up, do you dare to pursue her?" Yi Qinfeng put down his teacup and slowly said, "Dare?" Zhou Tianyi suddenly raised his head, looked at Yi Qinfeng, who didn't seem to be joking, and said with a firm tone, "That's right, Tianyi. Rest assured, as long as you can win Nangong Qingxue's good impression and make her willing to be with you, no one will be able to snatch her away from you, not even the Lei clan's disciples." Yi Qinfeng revealed a smile and said domineeringly, "Thank you. Thank you, big brother." After receiving Yi Qinfeng's promise, Zhou Tianyi's heart was filled with gratitude, and he continuously thanked him. "All right, the auction is about to begin. I hope that there will be more 3 suns grass in this auction. After curing your hidden illness, I will help you increase your strength." Yi Qinfeng looked at the excited Zhou Tianyi and slowly said. As time passed, the auction hall, which was large enough to accommodate thousands of people and inlaid with hundreds of moonstones, was filled to the brim, and the long-awaited auction finally began. A woman wearing a tight, black, backless cheongsam with a phoenix pattern appeared in front of everyone's eyes along with the slowly rising jade auction stage. The tight cheongsam showed off the curves of her body incisively and vividly, and her charming eyes flashed with electric light, making men unable to help but look at her the moment they saw her. "My name is Ziying, and I welcome everyone to the Golden Thunder City to participate in the auction held by the Lei clan. This auction will have more than 100 treasures to be auctioned, and I guarantee that your trip will not be in vain." The Cheongsam woman, Ziying, revealed a charming smile to the crowd and said with a charming voice, "All right, I won't waste your precious time. I announce that this auction officially begins." As Ziying's soft voice fell, the huge crystal stage suddenly exploded with a glaring light, and a dark purple sword with dozens of reproduction patterns engraved on the body of the sword and a huge gem inlaid on the hilt appeared on the crystal stage. Under the strong light, the long sword flowed with a deep cold light, stealing everyone's attention. Mobile reading site. Book address. In order to facilitate your next reading, you can click the Collect button at the bottom to record this reading record, and you'll see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1260. This sword was called the White Lion Sword, a high-grade Tao artifact forged from deep-sea cold iron. A white lion's soul was sealed in the sword. When attacking, it could activate the white lion's soul to amplify the attack. It was a rare divine weapon. Watermark advertisement test. If you are interested in the watermark advertisement test, don't be stingy with your soul crystals. After all, soul crystals were precious, but a high-grade Tao artifact with a sealed beast soul was rare. If you missed it, you would regret it for the rest of your life. Ziying gently shook the white lion sword in her hand, and a ferocious lion head appeared on the sword. The terrifying beast aura increased the white lion sword's power. The starting price is 1 million high-grade soul crystals. You may start bidding. Although the white lion sword is good, it is much worse than a king weapon. It is useless to you, Yi Chenfeng said indifferently, not showing any interest in Bai Shijian as he sat on the wooden armchair and looked down at him from a higher position. Yi Chenfeng was not interested in the white lion sword, but there were still hundreds of people bidding for it. Soon, the price of the white lion sword soared to 480 million high-grade soul crystals. It was won by a rogue cultivator from the Thunder Territory. After the first treasure was sold perfectly, Ziying continued to display precious treasures one after another. However, Yi Chenfeng's standards were too high. The treasures in the auction did not catch his eye at all. He did not make a bid and waited patiently. Soon, more than 2 hours passed. Among them, a top-grade Tao artifact spear was sold at a sky-high price. It was bought by someone from the Mirror Moon sect for 8 billion high-grade soul crystals. The 39th treasure was 3 stalks of 3 suns grass. I don't need to introduce how rare 3 suns grass is. If a fire attribute physique cultivator uses 3 suns grass to cultivate, it will be twice the result with half the effort. The starting price is 10 million high-grade soul crystals. You may start bidding. Ziying displayed her charm to the fullest. Every frown and smile of hers was captivating. Her pleasant voice constantly stimulated everyone's nerves. It seems that we were right to come to this auction. There really is 3 suns grass for bidding. Yi Chenfeng smiled as he stared at the 3-leaf clover floating above the crystal platform. It was entirely red and emitted a faint fiery light. He made a bid. 3 billion high-grade soul crystals. Hearing Yi Chenfeng's bid, the intense auction hall suddenly fell silent. Pairs of sluggish eyes uniformly looked at Yi Chenfeng's auction room. Even Yin Ruashi, who was sitting next to him, revealed a shocked expression. She was shocked by the enormous wealth that Yi Chenfeng possessed. 3 billion high-grade soul crystals. Is there anyone who wants to make a bid? Ziying charmingly glanced at Yi Chenfeng's private room and asked in a seductive voice. The price of 3 billion high-grade soul crystals far exceeded the actual value of the 3 suns grass, so no one dared to bid against it. In the end, The 3 stalks of 3 sungrass were bought by Yi Chen-feng for a sky-high price of 3 billion high-grade soul crystals. Not bad, not bad. The 3 stalks of 3 sungrass were well preserved. After paying 3 billion high-grade soul crystals and obtaining 3 stalks of 3 sungrass, Yi Chen-feng revealed a satisfied expression. He put the 3 sungrass into his yin-yang ring and continued to wait for the other treasures to appear. Time passed minute by minute, second by second, and soon, more than 6 hours had passed. During these 6 hours, sky-high prices kept appearing, and the atmosphere of the auction became more and more heated. The 91st treasure was a top-grade Dao skill, the Dusk Cloud Sword Manual. This Dusk Cloud Sword Manual was created by the Dusk Cloud Sword Saint 70,000 years ago. It was extremely powerful, comparable to the Dao skills of some sacred grounds. The starting price was 100 million high-grade soul crystals. Zi Ying held a slightly yellowed sheepskin scroll and introduced it in a gentle voice. The Dusk Cloud Sword Manual was a top-grade Dao skill. Hearing Zi Ying's introduction, Zhou Tiany's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhou Shui also became very interested in the Dusk Cloud Sword Manual. However, the Zhou family's resources were limited. The two of them only had 2 billion high-grade soul crystals. It was impossible for them to win the Dusk Cloud Sword Manual. Just as the price of the Dusk Cloud Sword Manual soared to 3 billion, Yi Chen-feng put down the teacup in his hand and shouted, 8 billion high-grade soul crystals. 8 billion. Hearing Yi Chen-feng raise the price by 3 billion, the entire auction hall was filled with gasps. Yi Chen-feng's auction room once again became the focus of attention. 8 billion high-grade soul crystals. Was there anyone who wanted to increase the price? Zi Ying asked softly. When she saw Yi Chen-feng's bid, she was shocked. No one continued to bid. 1 billion high-grade soul crystals. The Mirror Moon sect was also very interested in the Dusk Cloud Sword Manual. After a short discussion in the auction room, they continued to bid. 10 billion high-grade soul crystals. Yi Chen-feng seemed to regard money as dirt. He continued to raise the price, causing the second strongest faction in the Lightning Territory, the Mirror Moon sect, to lose their temper. Since no one wants to increase the price, I will announce that the Dusk Cloud Sword Manual is won by the young master of the 8th auction room, Zi Ying announced. Tiany, this Dusk Cloud Sword Manual is for you. After spending 10 billion high-grade soul crystals to win the Dusk Cloud Sword Manual, Yi Chen-feng used the God-devouring brain to quickly scan it before giving it to Zhou Tiany. Big brother, this is too precious. Zhou Tiany was overwhelmed by the favor. Cultivate well. The Zhou family's future will depend on you, Yi Chen-feng said with a faint smile. After bidding for the Mu Yin sword cannon, Yi Chen-feng continued to bid. At a price that shocked everyone, he consecutively bought the Peak Grade Dao Sutra, the mysterious Thunder Scripture, and the 10,000-year Immortal Dew, which had effects comparable to the ancient Dao Pill. This made him the star of this auction. Even Zi Ying, who was experienced and knowledgeable, was shocked by Yi Chen-feng's generosity. The 100th treasure we have prepared for everyone is a protective talisman refined by the 9 heavens' divine kingdoms, Half-Moon Saint Master. This protective talisman is called the Neon Light Dao Talisman. It can block 3 fatal attacks from a quasi-sage artifact. The starting price is 1 billion high-grade soul crystals. Zi Ying held a dark gold amulet with a large gem embedded in it as she softly introduced the amulet. It was refined by the Half-Moon Saint Master. Although the Half-Moon Saint Master wasn't as famous as Grandmaster Nirvana, he was still one of the 2 Saint Masters of the 9 heavens' divine kingdom. His refining ability could be ranked in the top 10 of the Central World. After knowing that the Neon Light Dao Talisman was refined by him, the atmosphere in the auction room immediately became lively. It could be said that if one won the Neon Light Dao Talisman, as long as a sage artifact wasn't used, it was equivalent to having 3 extra lives. This was enough for all the major factions to do their best to compete for it. The price of the neon light Tao Talisman also soared in the midst of the bidding war. 15 billion high-grade soul crystals. Nangong Qingxue was very fond of the neon light Tao Talisman. She gritted her teeth and bid 20 billion high-grade soul crystals. Just as Nangong Qingxue finished bidding, Zhou Tianyi, under Yi Qinfeng's signal, bid a price that made his heart tremble. 21 billion high-grade soul crystals. Nangong Qingxue slightly frowned and lightly bit her red lips. 30 billion high-grade soul crystals. Zhou Tianyi immediately followed her and continued bidding. He seemed like he wouldn't give up until he won the neon light Tao Talisman. 30 billion high-grade soul crystals has already far exceeded the value of this neon light Tao Talisman. We don't need to continue bidding. Just as Nangong Qingxue was firmly biting her lips and hesitating whether to continue bidding, a white-haired old man spoke. Sigh. Nangong Qingxue looked at the auction room where Yi Qinfeng was with a complicated gaze. She lightly sighed and finally gave up. And this neon light Tao Talisman that caused such a huge commotion was finally won by Zhou Tianyi for 30 billion high-grade soul crystals. Mobile reading website. Book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1261. Big Brother, why did you spend such a high price to make me compete with Miss Nangong? Looking at the neon light talisman in his hand, Zhou Tianyi's delicate face didn't show any joy. Instead, he showed deep confusion and bitterness. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test silly boy. Don't you know the principle of giving treasures to beauties? Yi Qinfeng said as he drank his spirit tea. Big Brother, you want me to give this neon light talisman to Miss Nangong? Zhou Tianyi's eyes widened. This was 30 billion high-grade soul crystals. Just thinking about it made his heart tremble. Nangong Qingxue's status in the Nangong family isn't low. If you want her to remember you, you have to be ruthless. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said indifferently, All right, don't be so excited. I'll help you pave the road ahead. Whether or not you can capture that girl's heart will depend on your own ability. Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. Thank you, Big Brother. I'll work hard. Zhou Tianyi nodded and said gratefully. The sky-high price of 30 billion pushed the atmosphere of the auction hall to its peak. The next few treasures were also sold for high prices. This made the smile on Ziying's face grow wider and wider. However, after bidding for the neon light talisman, Yi Qinfeng didn't bid again. He waited for the final item of the auction. Soon it was close to evening. The lively auction was also nearing its end. The third last treasure is a piece of meat. A piece of meat sealed in a cold jade essence. According to the appraisal of my Thunder Clan's experts, this piece of meat is suspected to be dragon meat. Rays of white light shone from the crystal platform in front of Ziying, and a piece of frost jade essence that exuded a cold aura appeared. Sealed within the frost jade essence was a piece of bright red meat that glowed with a faint yellow light and was the size of a wash basin. Although this piece of meat was sealed in the cold jade essence and couldn't be checked, Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up when he saw it. Yi Qinfeng wasn't the only one who was interested in this piece of dragon meat. The experts of the various major powers were also interested in this piece of meat. They all wanted to get their hands on it. Miss Ziying, can you tell me the origin of this piece of meat? A deep voice came from the Mirror Moon Sect's auction room. From the strength of the voice, this person was a Nirvana realm expert. This piece of meat was found by an expert of my Lightning Clan in the Ruins of Death. Ziying did not hide the origin of this piece of meat. Dead Ruins, the Death Ruins, was the forbidden ground of the Lightning region. There were great dangers and terrifying restrictions inside. There was once a Nirvana realm almighty expert who entered the death ruins and lost his life. Seeing that everyone's interest had been completely aroused, Ziying smiled sweetly and said, "The starting price for this piece of meat is 100 million top-grade soul crystals." His 100 million top-grade soul crystals were equivalent to 10 billion high-grade soul crystals, and when they learned about the starting price of this piece of meat, almost 90% of the experts gave up on the idea of bidding for it. 120 million top-grade soul crystals. Nangong, Qingshue's voice suddenly rang out. The moon mirror sex expert immediately bid 150 million top-grade soul crystals. 200 million top-grade soul crystals, just as the two great forces were bidding and the price was rising. A seemingly unremarkable old man in a dark gray robe made a bid. Old Man Heavenly Eagle was actually him. Looking at the gray-robed old man sitting in a remote corner, many people recognized his identity. He was a famous loose cultivator of the lightning region, a nirvana expert. Even the Moon Mirror sect and Nangong family, whose strength was second only to the Lightning clan, were not willing to easily offend this person. Miss, Old Man Sky Eagle is not to be trifled with. The saber ancestor had fought with him before, and fought fiercely for a day and a night. In the end, they were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. The Nangong old man glanced at Old Man Sky Eagle, who was skinny and had an indifferent expression. His eagle-like eyes flickered with sharpness as he whispered. The saber ancestor was one of the two great nirvana ancestors of the Nangong family. Her strength was unfathomable, and she had few opponents in the lightning region. "I will bid again. If I can't make Old Man Sky Eagle withdraw, I will withdraw." Nangong Qingxue took a deep breath and made a decision. "All right." The Nangong old man nodded and agreed. But at this moment, an intimidating voice suddenly rang out. 500 million top-grade soul crystals Yi Qinfeng bid. And when he opened his mouth, it shocked everyone and set off a huge uproar in the auction hall. Damn, did I hear wrongly? 500 million top-grade soul crystals? That guy is so rich? That's too terrifying. That guy has already spent over 70 billion high-grade soul crystals, and now he took out 500 million top-grade soul crystals. Could it be that he can't spend all of his money? As for Old Man Heavenly Eagle, who was determined to obtain this piece of suspected dragon meat, he also frowned when he heard Yi Qinfeng's price. Clearly, Yi Qinfeng's price had exceeded what he could accept. This made him hesitate as to whether or not he should give it his all and compete with Yi Qinfeng. 500 million top-grade soul crystals. Is there anyone else who will continue to bid? After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, Ziying revealed a charming smile and glanced at the auctioneer where Yi Qinfeng was and asked softly. 500 million top-grade soul crystals was also a huge amount of wealth for the Mirror Moon sect and the Nangong family. If they took it out, it would be a huge loss. Old Man Sky Eagle thought about it and had no choice but to give up. In the end, this piece of meat was won by Yi Qinfeng for 500 million top-grade soul crystals. Brother, is it worth 500 million top-grade soul crystals for a piece of meat? Zhou Tianyi was completely stunned by Yi Qinfeng's big spending. His throat rolled as he asked with a trembling voice. It was worth it. Yi Qinfeng poured himself a cup of spirit tea and took a sip. He smiled and said, "I can't wait to taste this piece of meat." After paying 500 million top-grade soul crystals, Yi Qinfeng obtained the piece of meat sealed in the frost jade essence. He controlled the power of the God-Eater brain to forcibly penetrate it and investigate this piece of meat. The power of the dragon, this piece of meat was really a piece of dragon meat. Could it be that there was a true dragon in the Thunder Domain Death Ruins? After the God-Eater brain amplified tens of thousands of times per second, the rapidly fluctuating God-Eater brain penetrated into the chilling frost jade essence and felt a faint trace of dragon power in this piece of meat. The true dragon was an existence that surpassed the limit of the Duhan continent. Even the Nirvana Realm Masters didn't have such good luck. Although Yi Qinfeng didn't know the benefits of eating dragon meat, he felt that the 500 million top-grade soul crystals were worth it. Yi Qinfeng stored the frost jade essence, which contained the dragon meat, into his universe mirror. Then he drank his spirit tea as he waited for the remaining 2 treasures. Okay, everyone quiet down. I will now show you the second, last treasure. As he spoke, a large flag with a green flood dragon engraved on it appeared on the crystal platform. It was engraved with the pattern of reproduction. Quasi-Saint treasure looking at the green flood dragon flag in Ziying's hand. Yi Qinfeng recognized at a glance that this flag was a quasi-saint treasure and was quite powerful. It should be more powerful than the Vajra bronze bull of the gray-robed old man. However, he had too many treasures on him, so the green flood dragon flag wasn't very attractive to him. He didn't participate in the competition. In silence, he watched Elder Sky Eagle, the Mirror Moon sect, and the Nangong family crazily bidding. In the end, Elder Heavenly Eagle, who was rather wealthy, overpowered the 2 great forces with a price of 480 million top-grade soul crystals, and won the bid for this Azure WYRM flag. Mobile reading site. Book address. In order to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Save button below to record this reading record. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1262. Thank you for your generosity, Senior Sky Eagle. This quasi-saint treasure, green dragon flag, belongs to you. Ziying smiled seductively at Elder Sky Eagle, who had a rare smile on his face, and said, Okay, there's only 1 treasure left in this auction. As he spoke, a dark gray stone fruit the size of a fist appeared on the crystal platform, appearing before everyone's eyes. It was shaped like a fruit, but it was the size of a fist. This stone fruit is a treasure stone, and after being appraised by the masters of my Thunder Clan, this stone fruit should contain an ancient medicine. Originally, the green dragon flag was the final treasure of this auction, but after being recommended by several masters of my Thunder Clan, this stone fruit became the final treasure. With just a few simple words, Ziying piqued everyone's interest. Stone fruit. Looking at the stone fruit floating on the crystal platform, Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly, hesitating whether to take the risk and bid for this stone fruit. Not only did Yi Qinfeng show hesitation, but the people of the Mirror Moon sect and Nangong family also showed hesitation. They knew very well that if they wanted to bid for the stone fruit, they would have to pay a great price. However, they couldn't be sure if this stone fruit really contained an ancient medicine, and if the ancient medicine's value was higher than a quasi-saint treasure. If they made a mistake in the auction, not only would they have wasted a lot of top-grade soul crystals, but they would also become the laughingstock of the Thunder territory. Miss Ziying, my Nangong family is very interested in this stone fruit, but before the auction, can you remove the seal and let us appraise it first before making the final decision? Nangong Qingxiwe pondered for a moment and requested. Of course. Ziying agreed happily and removed the restriction on the crystal platform, allowing everyone to use their souls to appraise the stone fruit. Life force. This stone fruit contains life force. When the highly amplified, soul-devouring power penetrated the stone fruit, Yi Qinfeng sensed a trace of extremely vague vitality, and his eyes lit up. The life spirit technique was his biggest trump card, but there were great restrictions when using it. Although he had an earth fate fruit, one earth fate fruit was far from enough for him. If the ancient medicine contained in this stone fruit was really a life fruit, then it was worth it for him to fight for it with everything he had. All right, let's end the appraisal here. The starting price of this stone fruit is 500 million top-grade soul crystals. Everyone can start bidding now. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Ziying controlled the crystal platform to reseal the stone fruit and announced softly, 500 million top-grade soul crystals. Hearing the base price of the stone fruit, The quiet auction hall was filled with gasps. This base price directly caused 99% of the cultivators to lose the qualifications to bid. Right now, only the Mirror Moon sect, the Nangong clan, the Earthing sect, and Yi Qinfeng had the ability to bid for this stone fruit. Ziying could not help but reveal a bitter smile when she saw that no one had made a bid after she had announced the starting bid. The entire auction hall was terrifyingly quiet. Back then, when she had learned of the stone fruit's base price, she had also been shocked. This was because there were very few forces that dared to take the risk of betting 500 million top-grade soul crystals. Therefore, before the auction, she had already prepared herself for the possibility that the stone fruit would not be sold. All of a sudden, Ian Ruashi's voice rang out. 500 million top-grade soul crystals. Finally, someone made a bid. Ziying secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile reappeared on her charming face. Although Ian Ruashi did not add a single top-grade soul crystal, in Ziying's opinion, this price was already very high. Fifth Elder, do you think we should take the risk and gamble? The dignified and beautiful Nangong Qingxue took a deep breath and said hesitantly, the risk was a bit high. However, since the Thunder Clan dared to use this stone fruit as the final treasure and set such a high base price, it was enough to show that they thought highly of this stone fruit. If they could really cut out a very old and powerful ancient medicine, 500 million top-grade soul crystals would be acceptable. The white-haired Fifth Elder said with a dignified expression, 600 million top-grade soul crystals. Just as the Mirror Moon sect and Nangong clan were discussing whether to increase the price, Yi Qinfeng made a bid. It's him, he actually made a bid. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's bid, Nangong Qingxue suddenly remembered that Yi Qinfeng helped her pick out the hidden stone. Her beautiful big eyes revealed rays of light. Perhaps this stone really was extraordinary. Nangong Qingxue took a deep breath and said, Fifth Elder, how many top-grade soul crystals can we use at most? About 800 million, but the condition is that the Patriarch and 2 Grand Elders agree. Fifth Elder said. Nangong Qingxue lightly bit her lips. She did not discuss with Fifth Elder and the others anymore. She shouted, 800 million top-grade soul crystals. Mississippi, hearing Nangong Qingxue's bid, Fifth Elder and the others' expression changed greatly. They had not reported to the Nangong clan's patriarch, yet Nangong Qingxue made a bid on her own. If the treasure in the stone fruit was not worth this price, not only would Nangong Qingxue be punished, they would also be implicated. Thinking of the consequences, their hearts trembled. Interesting. Yi Qinfeng slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. When everyone was shocked by Nangong Qingxue's bid, Yi Qinfeng raised the price again. 1 billion top-grade soul crystals. 1 billion. 1 billion top-grade soul crystals was equivalent to 100 billion high-grade soul crystals. With such a high price, one could even buy a saint tool. 1 billion top-grade soul crystals. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? Ziying's throat rolled. The shock on her face did not disappear for a long time. Even her voice was slightly trembling. Investigate that person's identity. I want to know who he is. Many forces were curious about Yi Qinfeng's identity and wanted to know his background. There were even some who coveted his wealth and wanted to kill him. Miss, give up. Fifth Elder secretly let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the unwilling Nangong Qingxue, he persuaded. Fifth Elder, where do you think that young master Yi Qinfeng came from? How could he have so many top-grade soul crystals? Nangong Qingxue tightly bit her lips. She was also frightened by Yi Qinfeng's bid. It's hard to say, but he dared to reveal his wealth in front of so many people. After the auction ends, many people will make a move on him. At that time, we should be able to know his identity. Fifth Elder slowly said, Since no one wants to increase the price, I announce that the last treasure, the stone fruit, is won by young Master Yi. because of Yi Qinfeng's continuous bidding. Ziying had investigated some information about him during the auction. She was slightly excited as she announced. The price of the stone fruit was beyond everyone's expectations. It also let everyone see the wealth Yi Qinfeng controlled. And because of this auction, Yi Qinfeng was also on the cusp of a knife's edge. However, he was fearless and was not afraid of the lightning field's almighty experts. All right, the auction is over. Let's go. Yi Qinfeng paid 1 billion top-grade soul crystals to buy the stone fruit. He drank the spirit tea in his cup and left the auction room with Zhou Tianyi, Zhou Shui, and the elated spiritual fish, whose hearts had already been numbed by now. When Yi Qinfeng revealed his true appearance, he was like a dazzling star that took away everyone's attention and became the only focus. Mobile reading site. Book address. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click on the Save button below to record this reading record. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1263. Young Master Yi, you really scared me today. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement test, Nangong Qingxue, walked out of the auction room and saw Yi Qinfeng, who gave her a great shock. She hesitated for a moment, then walked forward with a fragrance and said softly, "Young master, are you sure that the treasure in the stone fruit is worth this sky-high price? You don't need to test me. Whether it is worth or not is my business. But my little brother has something to give you." Yi Qinfeng looked at Nangong Qingxue's delicate face and said indifferently, "Miss Nangong, I know you like this neon light Tao talisman, so I bought it for you." Zhou Tianyi took a breath and smiled. He took out the neon light Tao talisman and handed it over to Nangong Qingxue, who was sizing him up with a slightly changed expression. "This is too precious, I can't accept it." Although Nangong Qingxue liked the neon light Tao talisman, she was smart enough to understand the meaning within. She shook her head and tactfully refused. "Miss Nangong, this is my little brother Tianyi's kind intentions. You should accept it." Yi Qinfeng slowly said, "Although Tianyi's cultivation is not high now, but in the near future, I believe he will stand at the top of the thunder field." What a big tone. With just one sentence, you can make a trash the king of the thunder field. Before Nangong Qingxue could speak, a voice full of hostility sounded. Jing Jieqi, who was wearing a black robe embroidered with gold, had a tall stature, a square face, and sunken eyes. He was accompanied by several Mirror Moon sect experts and slowly walked over. Jing Jieqi had been in love with Nangong Qingxue for a long time, and the Mirror Moon sect also had the intention of forming a marriage alliance with the Nangong family. Jing Jieqi did not allow anyone to touch Nangong Qingxue. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng had repeatedly taken away the things he liked, so he was full of hostility towards Yi Qinfeng. There was no green grass by the river. Where did this talkative donkey come from? The spirit fish coldly glanced at the extraordinary Jing Jieqi and sneered. Looking for death? Jingjiaki's bodyguard, a middle-aged man with extraordinary strength, narrowed his eyes and shot toward the spirit fish. He stretched out his right hand and slapped the spirit fish's angry face, wanting to teach her a lesson. Suddenly, the spirit fish stretched out its small hand and accurately grasped his wrist. A force of more than 100 million pounds exploded and crushed his wrist. It was so painful that he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Crack relying on his absolute strength, he crushed the middle-aged man's wrist. Then he quickly kicked out and shattered his sternum. A large amount of blood and organs sprayed out from his mouth. His entire body was thrown behind him, crashing into the body of a Mirror Moon sect expert. "I don't care who you are, but I advise you not to provoke me," Yi Qinfeng warned coldly as he looked at Jing Jieqi's ugly expression. "You as the young master of the Mirror Moon sect." Jing Jieqi had never suffered such humiliation. Just as he was about to lose control of his anger and attack, several ThunderClan experts who heard the commotion appeared. Fighting is prohibited in the auction hall. Everyone, please pay attention. A red-faced elder with long dark green hair and a dark blue robe glanced at Yi Qinfeng and Jing Jieqi and said coldly, "You have guts. This is not over." Although the Mirror Moon sect was powerful, there was still a huge gap between them and the Thunder Clan. Jing Jieqi took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He ordered his men to take the heavily injured middle-aged man and left with murderous intent. "Young Master Yi, this Jing Jieqi is very narrow-minded. Be careful of his revenge," Yin Ruoshi kindly reminded. "It's okay." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said fearlessly, "I think that when I leave Golden Thunder City, many people will try to kill me. He won't make a difference." Hearing the confidence in Yi Qinfeng's voice, even the red-faced old man was surprised. He really wanted to know what Yi Qinfeng was relying on. "Miss Nangong, let me tell you something. After hearing this, if you refuse Tiany's gift again, I won't force you." Yi Qinfeng shifted his gaze to Nangong Qingxue and said slowly, "Young Master Yi, please speak." Nangong Qingxue had a strong curiosity about Yi Qinfeng. She said with a pleasant voice. Yi Qinfeng faintly smiled, then lowered his voice to a whisper and transmitted it into Nangong Qingshue's ears. Following that, Nangong Qingshue's beautiful eyes revealed rays of light. She looked at the slightly nervous Zhou Tianyi, who had beads of sweat on the tip of his nose. "Young Master Zhou, I really like this gift." "Thank you." Nangong Qingxue smiled and accepted the neon light talisman from Zhou Tianyi. "Okay, it's getting late. I have to go back to the Nangong family. Young Master Yi, young Master Zhou, everyone, we will meet again someday." After speaking, Nangong Qingxue left with a refreshing fragrance, accompanied by the Nangong family's experts. Just as Yi Qinfeng's group was about to leave, Ziying, who had a graceful figure and exuded a mature charm, slowly walked over with a charming smile on her face. "Young Master Yi, do you have time to talk?" "Is there something?" Looking at Ziying's charming face, Yi Qinfeng asked indifferently. "Young Master Yi, my Thunder family wants to make friends with you. If you are willing to tell us your identity and background, our Thunder family is willing to help you solve the problem outside." Ziying explained her intention. "I appreciate Miss Good Intentions, but they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. There is no need to trouble the Thunder family. We can solve them." Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, "Also, I have always been friends with the Thunder family. It's just that Miss doesn't know about it." "Really?" Ziying revealed a trace of surprise. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's handsome face, she continuously searched her memory. "Whether it is true or not, Miss will know very soon," Yi Qinfeng said indifferently. After speaking, Yi Qinfeng didn't stay for long. He left the auction venue with Zhou Tianyi and others. "Two elders. Have you seen this person in the Thunder family?" Ziying looked at Yi Qinfeng's back as he left, her brows tightly knitted together as she asked in a low voice. "Although I haven't seen this person before, I think I know who he is." The red-faced old man's status in the Thunder family was not low. Thinking of what happened in the Azure Thunder County some time ago, he thought of something. "Sixth Elder, who is he?" Ziying asked curiously. "Ziying, you should have heard about Thunder Chuanwang," the Sixth Elder asked. "Sixth Elder, you mean he is the one who cut off Thunder Chuanwang's legs in front of the Punishment Elder?" Although the Thunder family blocked the news, Ziying still heard some rumors. Her eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. "Unsurprisingly, it should be this person." The Sixth Elder nodded and said, "Sixth Elder, who do you think he is?" "I heard that the Punishment Elder was very angry at that time and wanted to avenge Thunder Chuanwang, but he was caught by a terrifying hand that covered the sky. And there are rumors that the hand that covered the sky was my Thunder family's Supreme Elder, who has been in seclusion for 100 years. Ziying asked, "I can't guess his identity, but if he is the one who cut off Thunder Chuanwang's legs, then the people outside who have ideas about him are in trouble." The Sixth Elder said, "Ziying, Quickly release the Thunder Eagle and observe the movement outside the Golden Thunder City. A good show is about to start. Mobile reading site. Book address. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the save at the bottom to record this reading record. The next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support.